Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Welcome to a code review stream. Good morning. Good morning. We will be reviewing code this morning. That's the plan. And the way that will work is with your channel points. Channel points. Yeah, if you want to check out the music, it is in either in one of these two playlists. But if you've been watching the show here on Twitch, you can get channel points by watching. So if you click here, you can see many different redemptions. One of those redemptions is a code review. Now, it's not enabled yet. It will be enabled after we say hello to everyone, but it will cost 10,000 seedlings. And it's likely that I'm only going to be able to do about two code reviews today. Yeah, what's up, Katie Bug? Yeah, I was watching. So I was procrastinating from work, really just. Yeah, procrastinating from work, watching Kit Boga, and I helped him figure out a PHP issue, which is funny. It was more of a Linux permissions issue. But yeah, do we have any Boga fam here? Can we get a Boga, hey? Cool. But if you're curious on how to earn these things, you can click here. So click here, and then click here, and this will tell you how you can earn them. So if you watch for 5 minutes, you get 10 points. Every now and then, you can click the button to get extra points. Boga, hey everybody, thanks for being here. If you follow, you get points, and if you are a subscriber, you get a points multiplier. So this really is a what would I say? A benefit of watching the channel. That's why the price is so high, because I want to do this for people that have been watching the show. And so after we say hello to everyone after we get started, I will enable this, and likely we'll just do 2 reviews today. So yeah, that's the plan. Welcome, everyone. Hello. Cool. So if you're new here, can I just get a smile in the chat? And then also do this. Type ! drop me, and that will drop your avatar. See, there I am. Right here. And if it lands in the garden here, you'll grow a seedling. Oh, this might be a good one. Who is that? Decent. Very decent drop. Awaited. Great job, Awaited. Who's that? It'll be a little one. Little tiny seedling. Jacko. Good job. I only have 6.6k seedlings. Good thing I'm a lazy coder with no code. Logo, Typic, great work. Goldway, I can't see whose name that is behind, but good job. Pat Dev, good job. You're all doing great. You were really good at this game. What's up, Schmiggles? Welcome to the show. Wow. Cool. Good job. Good drop. Good job. And Alex, great jobs. And hacks. All right. So you can play that throughout the stream. And what else? We could start up the RGB LED thing. The only thing is we've had some people sending some bad images, and I need to add some code that can prevent that. So we're not going to enable it just yet. Though I guess I could enable the LEDs. Who wants to see the LED? Should I enable the 8-bit LED? I'm going to enable the 8-bit LED. That's what we're going to do. Because that's fun, too. You're amazing at this. Yeah, so the game is completely and totally random. There is no skill involved. We like fun. Yeah. Things are fun. Okay, how are we going to do this? Oh, okay. Yeah. No, we knew it would happen, and it's not that big a deal, right? Because it's not that big a deal. That's it. Enable it all. No, but we need to. We're gonna add some precautions. Hype train. Oh, wait. How did that happen? I'm not hearing notifications. Did you all hear the notification? Nope. Yeah, me neither. Okay, stream alerts. Monitor only, mute output. This is bad. This is not a good thing. All right. Yeah, I'm not hearing the notifications. Thank you all for the supports. I appreciate you. I need to figure this out, though. Okay. Properties. Control audio via OBS. Properties. I'm pretty sure I set my monitoring device. Wait. What's up, Rami? Welcome to the show. Audio. Monitoring device. Line. MXG. Oh, MGXU. Mm-hmm. Okay. Hydrate. I will. I got a new mixer recently, very recently. So this is what happens. It was working last time. One moment. Stream alerts. This is an AT2035. Just wait a moment. Did you all hear that one? Because here's I see the audio bar meter moving inside of OBS, but I can't hear it. What if I do monitor and output? No sound. Have I tried turning it off and on again? The only issue with that is the stream would stop. So, okay. All right. Let's see if this works. It's all I mean, you can hear me, right? Right? That's the thing. Of course you can hear me. All right, can you hear this? Yeah, you should be able to hear that. So, that audio is coming out of the same streaming computer. Maybe it was a setting inside of OBS? Because I disabled desktop audio? What if I do that? Sick beats, though. Yeah. It's from the same... The sounds of CJ clacking and lo-fi. It's from the same artist that's in one of those plays called Bad Snacks. But I don't think it's on that playlist. Well. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah. I went through and I actually muted a bunch of my... okay, so still no sound. We might have to go without sound today. I just need everyone to just spam hearts in the chat whenever support events happen so that I don't miss them. Let's see. That... That beard is getting serious. I just haven't shaved. That's all. It's not. I mean, so it looks more legitimate than it is on camera than it is in person. If you saw me in person, you think I would. I mean, probably might already think this, but I look like a 12-year-old trying to grow a beard. Ripley, thank you for the gifted subs. I cannot hear it, but 5 gifted. Congrats to Vorpal Thunder and Chulupi and This Dysfunctional and a couple others. Thank you very much, Ripley. Unfortunately, we didn't hear the sound, but you know what I could do? I'm just going to do this. Watch me. First of all, I need to close this because this music is happening. Okay, that's gone. And then I can just open the notification tab on this computer, and then the sound will come through. There we go. So, that should work. At least I'll be able to hear it. But it's weird that it has to... No. What? Okay, but thank you for all the support. Lakshman with the 5-month resub says, it's a gifted sub. Thanks for sharing your knowledge. Thank you, Lakshman, for that 5 months. Danielle with the Twitch Prime sub. Pablo Paying with the 2-month Twitch Prime sub. Calaria, Sorali with the 5-month resub. 5 months. Masapa with the 1-month tier 1 sub. Olaf with the 1 month, or with the gifted sub. You've been gifting a lot, Olaf. Thank you very much. Julian with the 50 bits. Lakshman got to say it again. they got to redo their announcement. 5-month resub. Great. Greg, thank you for the 100 bits, and thank you, Ripley, for those 5 gifted. Much appreciated. All right. Wait. Oh, I have to interact with the page to actually get sound. There we go. Thank you, Ripley, for more gifted subs. This is all just a ploy to get you to give me more money. I appreciate you though. Wait, what did Doc just say? Oh, and thank you very much, Mr. Sutton Man, for the 2-month resub. Awesome coding. Thank you. You're very welcome. Watching a month of streams with the tier 1 sub earns you upwards of 45,000 points. So 10k for a code review might be too low. Yes. Okay, so we've got sound. It's great. What is the most complicated project you've made? I try to avoid interview-style questions while streaming because I'm trying to have fun. No, I'm just kidding. I've made some complex things. I don't know. Okay. We all know what the drop game is. The LEDs are started up. I need to get this going. And then we'll do some code reviews. The tricky thing is, I have a short meeting at 9:30, so I'm going to take a quick break at 9:30 and then come back. So we need to start reviewing code by 9, at least by 9. Can it be not selected at the track section of the OBS advanced audio settings? Let's see. I mean, we sort of fixed it. I think this is a good enough fix for now. Nope. All 6 tracks are selected. So, yes. My time, it's 8:23. All right, real quick, we're gonna start up the LEDs. You usually can't hear when I'm making mistakes, but you can hear the sound from this computer now, which is kind of funny. Hey, David, thank you for the 100 bits. Bonk. Bonk. Awesome. I don't do much .NET, so I haven't looked at Blazor at all. Hey, she.moe. It's been a while. Welcome to the show. I guess, has it been a while? I don't know. Sometimes I say things. I feel like I didn't see you last stream. There's that. What? Everything's going wrong today. You know, and I thought I had everything figured out. Oh, it's working. We just have really weird settings because of the RGB LED. And also the camera's in a weird angle comparatively compared to usual. What does this do? You can control it from the Twitch chat. It's nice and simple, but okay, so that's good. That's good. Great job, everyone. One last thing. Toot-toot-oo. Okay, that's there. And then we do this. And then we do this, and you can control it from the Twitch chat. All right. In the chat, if you type exclamation mark LED followed by 8 zeros or ones, just like that, it will turn on or off the corresponding bit. So that's how that works. Yeah, well, it's plugged into a shift register. And that's a thing. And we built it on stream at one point. The LED matrix is here. It's well, if you want to see it, it's here. And we need to do some things to prevent people from sending bad things before we plug it back in. Okay. Hi everyone. If you can see in my overlay that some people have like a country flag and a badge next to their name. I'll show you how to do that. So if you go here to this website, the Font Awesome brand cheat sheet, you can choose any one of these brands. Which one am I gonna be? Is there an Arduino? There's not an Arduino. The country name only shows up on hover. That's why. Egypt. What's up, Rami? And Sequel Gordster from Canada. All right, this is also my break timer. This is gonna pop up every now and then. Yeah, and today you're gonna hear me making mistakes. You're gonna hear that weird OS X bump bump sound. Hype train complete. Thank you everyone for all the supports. 16 subs, 300 video bits. And did I miss any? I think I got them all. Netty Socket, might not have saw that, but thank you for that Twitch Prime sub. Ripley, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Very generous. Murdoch with 100 bits. Mr. Sutton Man with a 2-month resub. Thank you very much. And David with 100 bits. Cool. Okay, yeah, so if you go to this page, choose a thing. Which one will I be? I'm gonna go with FreeBSD. Mac OS X is based off of FreeBSD, so why not? So pick a name on this page, and then in the chat, type exclamation mark team, followed by that name from the page. And then in the overlay, it will have that icon. Very cool, right? Very cool. What's up, Finicky Dev? Welcome to the show. And then, yeah, and if you want that break time... Oh, that's not it. This is the break timer that I use. There's also... It's for Mac only. This one is works on Windows, Linux. This one's cross-platform. Hello, Major Lift. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Let's go fly in a hot air balloon. Nice. Okay. And then if you want to set your country flag, you can do exclamation mark flag followed by your 2-character country code. Oh, nice. You got the Steam team. So for me, it's US. And then that will show up. I mean, it was already set. But we can see that Golden Way has the Canada flag. I'm Tom Eddy has the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. FV Bummel has the Netherlands flag. What else? Skywalkie has the Romania flag. Very cool. What else? Yeah, Ripley's got the US flag. Is that France? I know the France flag. Oh, thank you, Katie. But yes, I got some new shirts in the mail. I just shut down my PC. That's on my desk at work. So how's your morning going? What's up, Hacks? And thank you to Dark Boy for that Twitch Prime sub. My morning's pretty good. I went to sleep late. And I woke up twice in the middle of the night. I bit my tongue while sleeping. It might have been like how I was laid on my pillow. It wasn't fun. But I'm doing okay. Okay. Hey, what's up, Burasam? With the Germany flag. Yeah. My tongue's okay, but I don't know. Benji. Thank you for the bits. How you doing? I'm doing okay. All right, so that's the stuff. You can also set your status. You can see few people have their status set. So Mr. Suttonman is writing C# since 2011. That's pretty good. Pretending to work is I'm Tom Eddy. What else? William Cameron has the status safe for work. And Murdoch has this very interesting... I got it. Very interesting Turner Games image. So if you want to set that, there's a command to do it. However, it must be appropriate. This is a safe for work stream. And so whenever you set your status, if it is not, oh yeah, look at Doc's status. Never going to give you up. If your status is not safe for work, you will be immediately timed out and potentially banned. So be nice. If you wouldn't, think of the most strict colleague you have that does not say curse words. And if it would offend them, don't say it. Okay. So you can do exclamation mark set status. What is my status right now? My status is straight chillin'. So if you do exclamation mark set status followed by your status, CJ is trying his best. Coding heart. Then it will appear. Turtle Monkey's working on SQL stuff. Very good. Very good. Yeah. Okay. Now we can take a drink. I mean, so I mean, no politics, no religion. It just needs to be safe for work. I'll just say that. Oh, I spilled my drink a little. Nilko, thank you for the hydrate. Cheers. Newell & Co. And System 1100, thank you for the hydrate as well. Vlad, also with the hydrate. Cheers. The Red Bull that I pulled off of the tree this morning to squeeze is way less strong, which I think is a good thing. It's a good thing. And Mr. Suttonman, thank you for that stretch. All right. And I'm Tom Eddy with a posture check. I'm going to acknowledge these follows, but first, Miguel Code TV. Thank you also for the stretch. Everyone, if you're not stretching, maybe you should stretch. Stretching is good. You might have been sitting down for a while. All right, I'm going to acknowledge these follows. What is your flag? I can't tell without hovering. Armenia. Cool. Yeah, I specifically added this hover feature because I am geographically illiterate. I mean, knowing country flags is a skill in and of itself, but also I don't know where things are in the world as well. Want to be a cool dev. Nice, Dumanoid. Okay, so get your follows in now if you want me to acknowledge them, because the time's going to get away from us, and I'm not going to be able to acknowledge all of them, but Anoya, thank you for the follow. Can we get some hearts in the chat for all the new followers? Mimo, thank you for that follow. Hembira, thanks for following. Odema, thanks for the follow. Competitive Noob, thank you for following. Wetiscarp, thanks for following. Lanonymous, thank you for the follow. Casual.game, thanks for being here. What's up, Moed, and Switch One, and Blackhawk, and Communist Rule, and Axiom, and Uch, and Kana, and some random dev number 49, thank you for the follow. Perpetual Phoenix, thanks for following. Motivated Monkey, thank you for the follow. J-Unit, thanks for the following. GKY, thank you. Ezzy, what's up? John Gooey, thank you for the follow. Krizeknoways, thank you for that follow. Exkiles, or Exokeys, thank you for the follow. Fastbite, thanks for being here. Crocus Squash, and Lord Squadron, I don't know. Hazard, thank you for the follow. The Dark Boy, thanks for following. Zamdim, thanks for following. Or Zaddim, and Dubzilla, thank you all for the follows. I appreciate you. Thanks for clicking that button. Alrighty, now's the part of the stream where we say hi. What's up, Ingy Vermin? I saw your message earlier. You said somebody took over your Twitch chat. Hopefully that got fixed. We're going to say hi to everyone that we can. Hi, what's up, HVBO? But if in the chat you say, this is my regular expression, hi, hello, hey, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding hio, vohio, and recently we've added bogahay, or we're gonna add bogahay, because we got a lot of boga fam here, which is a good thing. There we go. I think that should do it. Okay, cool. All right, we're going back in time. I need to figure out how to stand with all my overlays and stuff. We're going back in time to 1 hour ago. Olaf said good morning. What's up, Olaf? Thank you for being here. FV Bombel, how's it going? What's up, SQL Gordster? Happy Friday. It's Friday. That's a nice thought. It's Friday, everyone. I totally forgot. I need coffee. What's up, FSET? The She-Boss, good morning. Thanks for being here. Asir, hello. What's up, DevM and Matrix and Lakshman? And also, this is going to be a speed run because we got to get started reviewing code because I have a meeting in about an hour or so. We got to get started. But Hacks and Yukurai and Function Jarvis and Leo Karab and D Hugh and Quillenza and Fledra TV and Depopama and Awaited and Imaginary Warhawks who says, good morning, first stream I have been able to make in a long time. Yeah, welcome back, Imaginary Warhawks. What's up, Mark? And Tuzio and Alex and Acelera and Amari Codes and White Legend 30. Welcome to the show. What's up, Orbite and Aureus and Overdose of Sadness. Thanks for being here. Hearts. What's up, Masapa and Taru and Didantix and Nukipu and Oculopus for stream. Welcome. What's up, Happy Jojo? And Don, and the Omni King, and Coding Pasta, and Catherine Eve, and Bishal, and Tiltuho, and this dysfunctional howdy. Welcome to the show. What's up, Mentor, and this code rocks, and Bajananth, and Aknat, who says, good morning, CJ and everyone. What's up, Ilya 9999999, and Malik, and Ohas, and Dodo Carlos, and Free Debugs, and Doc. What's up, Doc? Say my name, Tintin. How's it going? What's up, Yazana, and Richard, and D, and Don Corleone. That's a good name. It's a good name. Welcome to the show. Solid name. Thon, how's it going? How would you change the height and width of an iframe when the content inside shrinks and grows? You can't really do that. So, I mean, unless it's an iframe from the same origin, so you can execute scripts inside of it to detect the height of the elements. If it's from a different origin, there's no way to control it. And yeah, so I mean, you could make it have like a relative size, but you cannot you can't resize it based on the size dynamically. At least that I know of. And what's up, Redstone Games and Unfair? And Melky Dev with the 3-month resub, who says Heart Coding Garden. Thank you. Yeah. Shout out to Melky Dev. He's a member of our Live Coders team, and a fun guy. And he streams React and Python and Vim and does MongoDB and all kinds of stuff. Check him out. You recently hit 1,000 followers, right? Something like that. 2,000. Wow, you're blowing up. Bye now. What's up, Milky Dev? Unfair, how's it going? And Pat Dev. And I'm Tom Eddy, and Cordy, and Slake, and Robinimus, and Nubin was here, and PCM, and Yetson, and William Cameron, and Myasin, and Goldenway. Doing good, Bogahay. You can scale the iframe content, says Robin. Cool. If you give me just a second, I'm going to add some things. My voice might change slightly, but I gotta do the thing. First of all, we're going to add some noise suppression. Hello. That might have changed it a little bit. And then we're also, I think that's it. I think that's all we're going to add. Do I still sound okay? Can you still hear me? Aknot now, thank you for that upgraded sub. Very much appreciated. Cool. Yeah, my partner's about to take a shower, and I'm in the basement, and so all of the water and pipes are exposed, and so you could probably hear it, but this will help a little bit. It'll help a little bit. The noise was canceled. What's up, Prasant? Good evening. Any Vue things today? It's been a long time. So we're doing code reviews. If anybody has some Vue code, we'll review that. What's up, GM Awesome, and NG Berman, and Danielle, and Paper CSGO, and Jakob. My boss made me... Oh, I saw this comment earlier. My boss made me use PHP Storm instead of VS Code. Reason. Everybody uses it. Here's the thing. Should your boss really be telling you what editor to use? I mean, I guess if PHP Storm does something different, like if it modifies specific kinds of files or something, or if you are potentially, a reason might be if you're doing pair programming or code reviews, they want you to be using the same editor as them. I don't know. I would never tell anybody what editor to use. That's your choice. And Aknot now for the gifted sub. Thank you very much. Congrats to Kelvin Duels. And what's up, Easy As, and Draculente, and Bot, and Jean. And thank you, SSJSC, for that Twitch Prime sub. Why don't I have a script that replicates any messages that are a list of greetings and put it in a column like follows or gifts so it's easier to acknowledge people? I could do that. Like, so technically, I just do the acknowledgements at the beginning of the stream, and then as people come in, if I see their message, I acknowledge them. But as you can see, I mean, we're at the beginning of the stream, and there are a lot. So we've talked about it before. As programmers, we always want to try and automate things, but it's nice to have the human touch, right? Where I can just say hi as much as I can. And Pregnant Monkey, thanks for being here. What's up, Dev Henrique, and Jack, and Someone Amazing, and Imrel, and Mitzik, and Dobby, and Tintin, and Elsu, and Nylid, and Simak, and Marcus, and Julia, and W. Beaster, and Big Boo, hello, what's up, Queeter, and Kitty-Bug, Bogahay, and Fset, how's it going, what's up, Dangerous Mouse, and David, and Kitku, and Ron, and some random dev, And Dazi and Precious, thanks for being here. And Zandim, first time on Twitch. Well, welcome to Twitch. What's up? Hello, Holsty and Mo Saeed and Same Math and Imlex and Proxin and Felvis and Jeff and Melkydev. Morning. What's up, ACM and ACS? And Jacko and Netty Socket and Slim and Slickwheel and Utori says, hello, chat. Hope everybody is doing amazing. What's up, Utori? And Vicious, hello. What's up, The Fool? And Arnav and X Palma and Jay Getachu and Bishop and Majaid and Finicky Dev. How's it going? What's up, Major Lift? And Paranoid Android. How am I? You look like you're doing great. Oh, thank you. I am doing great. I'm glad I look it too. What's up, Hot Crazy, and Donibal, and Fabian, and Slave God, and Al Sagopu, and Yatenik, and Lord Saren, and Bluefin Sink, and Sidox, and Juan, and thank you very much. Multiple things just happened. Let's go back to it. Slick Wheel, I think. Wait, is that behind? Slick Wheel with 100 bits. Why don't you have a script that replicates any messages? Oh, that's the one that we read before. I could do that. And then Oknot with 100 bits says, I really enjoy your channel. You have a really good vibe, and I've been learning a lot. Thanks for your work. Oh, you're very welcome. Yeah, for anybody new here, we do write code. We do, eventually. But we're just saying hi to everybody. Twitch Prime sub from SSJSC, and then Oknot with the gifted sub. I might have missed something. This seems like it's behind, right? It says 30 seconds ago? I don't know. Do we write code? What's up, Juan and Daiwanoid? Here's my stretch term. That means it's been... So, this thing gives me a 10-second micro break every 15 minutes, which means it's been 15 minutes since you last saw that thing. TMIJS.org is not the website. And thank you, Tomicron, for that Twitch Prime sub. You want to go to tmijs.com, not docs.tmijs.org. Actually, we're going to take a second to acknowledge this stuff. So if you go to tmijs.com, that has your basic info on how to install TMI. But then if you want the docs, you should go to github.com/tmijs. That's going to take you here, and then click on the docs repo, and then click on posts, and then click on the latest version, and these are the documentations you are looking for. And if you check out events and commands, those are usually the ones you want. So events has things like when a chat happens, when a sub happens, all that kind of stuff. This is the best documentation. Right there. That's it. TMIJS.org is not a thing anymore. The original owner didn't pay for it, and now somebody else owns it. And hello, Turtle Monkey. Welcome to the show. What's up, Ruja Patil? I'm doing good. Hello, Shines Love, and Niles, and HVBO, and The Dark Boy. Welcome. And hello, Call Me, and Katoli, and Okrames, and Crocosquash. And what's up, baby? And Adam, and Drunk Time Lord. And have you heard of Flan Gag? Welcome to the show. What's up, Pilus, and Binesnake, and Perpetual Phoenix? Good afternoon. What's up, Urban Edge, and MP Skeeter, and Snarky, and Zerbin, and Herbert Julio, and Juan the Third, and Bogahay, Twitch viewer 4321. Welcome to the show. What's up, Cleberson Dev? Petit Core says, do I have any good code review tools? And Fishy Coding, 413 sub. Thank you for the resub. I usually, like at work, we use GitHub because GitHub allows you to do inline comments, and you basically can force a review before allowing code to merge. Today, because these are just random peoples with random codes, we're likely going to use VS Code Live Share, so I'll show you that, which allows us to both look at the code at the exact same time, and I can see their cursor and they can see mine. So that's a good tool. What's up, Snoops? Boga hey. And Frockets Friends, hello. System 1100 says, is the 8-hour stream ever going to be repeated? With a good capture card, of course. I have done longer streams. Can you sort YouTube videos by length? But I've done a 15-hour stream. I've done a 17-hour stream. And I mean, just last Friday was a 9-hour stream. So. Jim McDonald, thank you for the sub. Did I not hear that? Did I skip that? Was I talking? Jim McDonald, thank you for the 3-month resub. And Skywalkie, how's it going? This is the part of the stream I'm always... See, here's the thing. Like, some people like it, some people don't like it, but I appreciate you, Skywalkie. Thanks for being here. Almighty Aaron, how's it going? What's up, Fishy Coding? And Ally Post, what made you choose Red Bull over some spicy coffee? I don't drink coffee. And this is one of those inject your own carbonation at home beverages. And they had Red Bull flavoring. So, yeah. You can automate the hello. I know I can. I know, but I'm not going to. Gotta keep it personal. And what's up, Dark Coder? And Marco, how's it going? What's up, Nick Roy? And Infi, relative. It's all relative because technically the stream has been live for 50 minutes. I have been talking for probably 30 minutes, but we haven't started a code review yet. What's up, Nico Paez and Ricky and Silver Designs and John? How's it going? What's up? Yes, sir. And One Portuguese Farm, hello, what's up, Gavin? And hello, my name is Maxim. And since Apple and SSJSC, who says, love the channel, random question, I'm stuck. If you wouldn't mind, templating, what's the vanilla JavaScript equivalent to it? I have a task to remove handlebars and replace it with vanilla. It would most likely be template literals. If you check out MDN and search for template literal, this is how you do basically formatted strings with variables in the latest JavaScript. Whatever environment you're running your code in needs to at least support ES 2015. But you can do things like this. You do backticks. If you don't know where the backtick key is, it's in the top left of your keyboard. The same key that has the tilde, usually, like on a US keyboard anyways. A lot of beginners can't find the backtick key. But you do backtick, you have strings, and then you do exclamation mark with curly braces, and you can put variables or any valid JavaScript expression inside of that. And so you could do this. The thing is, there is no built-in like template compiler. Like technically, if you wanted to replace a handlebars template with something like this, you actually would need a function that takes in variables and then returns the string, because once this string is evaluated, it's no longer executable. So it's not a direct replacement for handlebars. But that is most likely what you need. And also you could just do string concatenation, but that's going to make it a lot easier. That's me. Whoa, there's 68 people watching on YouTube. This is an archive stream where we built this thing. But there are 70 people watching, surprisingly. Okay, what's up, Neosai? And Avi says, PHP Storm as well as other JetBrains let you specify launch profiles for various tasks so that bots of him may just want his company employees coding uniformly. Yeah, but at least if it's a JavaScript project, then it's just using the package JSON anyways, and you can launch that with VS Code. But yeah, there could be some valid reason. But I don't know. And Punchu, how's it going? Hello, what's up, Zamar Plays? Murdoch, who's ready for some code reviews? Look at all the dogs you have. And you got the Juicebox Hio? Shout out to Juicebox Hero. Juicebox Hero. JavaScript and not Python. Check them out, they're awesome. Who are these other puppy dogs? This is my puppy dog. This is Panzer. What's up, Atraluk? Says, I made the interface for a VS Code extension in Vue. I can share it if you want to check it out. Oh, that's pretty cool. What's up, Gabriel? And Stanley Inc. Quick question, is there any way to ensure some CPU space for a specific function like a draggable div? Because with WebGL, the dragon goes crazy. I have no idea. That's way out of my element. All right, but we're about 6 minutes left behind on hellos, so we're gonna do a speed run so that way we can start reviewing some code. What's up, Unhot and Dudio and Rasha and Newen and Folky Bits and Toxic Coast and Jim McDonald, how's it going? What's up, Fly Banker and Miguel and the Name Blaze and Call Me on Gahabo, welcome up. What's up, Scarab and Electrothermal? Well, that wasn't so bad. We're done. If you have not said hello and you would like me to acknowledge you, you got like 30 seconds. Just say hi. I'll respond. What's up, Il Sensei? Il Sensei Illy, and Zsop, and Limotes, and Dr. Drap, welcome to the show. And Agaxo, and Xkaiho, and Yakanch, last hello? No, there's a lot. Eladen, how's it going? What's up? 24 Mountain, and Hades the God. First time, welcome. Tony Lord Advance, welcome. Hello, Bear Cool, and Meagles. Hello. And Fame Shark, and I Satisfied, and Mahahas. Who just said this? Does the W... Oh. Yeah, technically there was 2 megabytes per second of things being written to my disk. Fame Shark, how's it going? What's up, Alan X? And I Satisfied? I will not say this. There is no best language. Maha, how's it going? What's up, C Develops? And Unique and Sana Sensei and Albatron and Lag Brew. Revive Newt! Yeah, no worries. Thanks for dropping in. I need to do an evening stream soon. Koozie. Thank you for that tier 2 resub. Everything's gonna be all right. Yeah, can everyone just say that in the chat? It's all gonna be all right. Everything is gonna be all right. I could be getting hacked, Doc, but I don't want to worry about that right now. Also, all of these chat messages are being written to a local Mongo database, so it's likely that it's that. I don't know why it would be so high. Oh, Doc. I have a YouTube. Well, no, I mean this is network traffic. This is not disk. I don't know. I satisfied. Thank you very much for the upgraded sub. Much appreciated. Let's see if I close that YouTube video, because it could have been caching the downloaded video. Maybe. Everything's gonna be all right. Yeah, just remember, everyone. Everything's gonna be all right. What's up, Brayson? And HapQ and Epic. Welcome. React front-end developer for web developer. Which YouTube channel or some material? Just search React on YouTube. There's so many. You'll have to find your favorite on your own. All right. I was very confused too. Came out of the blue. No pair programming reviews. Everything else is possible in code. Everything's gonna be all right. Look at it's all gonna be all right. It's all gonna be all right. Oh, good call, Doc. Look, I closed the YouTube video and it looked like it went down, right? Right? I think it was the YouTube video. Maybe it was because it was caching locally. ACS, it's Python. It's Python. There it is. It's working. Yeah, free code camp is cool. I haven't done it myself, but it's cool. All right, let's get into it. Let's acknowledge some follows. And then get into it. Yeah, this is iStat menus. Just code it. Alex the Mitchell, thank you for the follow. What's up, Timber? And Lord Grey Buffer and Split Chunks and Anthony Cross, thank you for following. Rudra Patil, hello. Yasmin is mean, thanks for following. Yeah, Jackson, hello. Hackdap, thanks for the follow. Lubier, thanks for the follow. Sfats, thanks for following. Robin, thank you for the follow as well. Ilya and John Dev and Avian Gojo and Manahas, thanks for following. And Hades the God and Dr. Drab and Oknot Now has gifted a subscription. Thank you very much, Oknot Now. And Sinus Apple, thank you for the follow, and Reisler, thank you for the follow as well. Bluefinks, thanks for that posture check. Niles, thanks for the hydrate. We're going Invincible. And Archerlook, thank you also for the follow. Cheers. And Fame Shark, thank you for the posture check. All right, in pain. Oh, Murdoch. Hope you're feeling better. There's a chance, hello Abby, says, there's a chance I will soon land a software developer job at some company as its CEO agrees to employ my website having no work experience whatsoever. That's awesome. I mean, Avi, you have a really good portfolio. Like, I've seen your website that has like all the Chrome extensions and stuff like that. Just the fact that that's on the web and anybody can see it is really cool. So yeah, even without work experience, I could see people hiring you. I could see it. Yeah, some of my repos I label, or some people make pull requests on my repos for Hacktoberfest. That's the thing. Thank you, Myasin, for that focus mode. My green screen thing is blue. It's a blue screen. Yeah, and for those of you that are new here, we do have a frequently asked questions page. That is one of them. And it's okay. It's okay if you ask a frequently asked question. I just ask that anybody that knows that it's a frequently asked question should let you know about the frequently asked questions, because I'll probably be busy doing something else. But if you go to this page, there is a question under how is your chair? And here, I'm not using a chair right now, but my hair is green, but it's because I use a blue screen. You can see that I use this one here. Okay. I have not heard of Moon.js. Let's get into it. So I'm going to limit the code review redemptions to 2 this stream. Because it's really exhausting. Like, if you look at some of my past code review streams, I try to do at least 4, and then I'm just exhausted for the rest of the day. So we're going to do 2 so that we can maybe do some other stuff today. But I'm going to unpause this, and then the first two people to redeem it will get code reviews today. The LEDs died. Well. What was I going to do? This code review. We need to make this maximum of 2. Is there anyone that knows CSS? Here's the thing. I think Kevin Powell is streaming right now on Twitch, and he is CSS God. Let's see if he's live. Kevin Powell CSS. Is that how you spell Powell? 2 L's? Yeah, check him out. So let's see if he's live right now. Yep, he's live. Go ask him. He will tell you. He is amazing at CSS. I mean, he's been live for close to 2 hours now, but if he is answering questions, check him out. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we removed the H1 tag. Too many people were abusing it. Okay. So, maximum of 2 reviews. It costs 10,000 seedlings. Here we go. First 2. Are you ready? The first 2? Now. Lakshman! Good job, Lakshman. Yeah, Lakshman's been trying to get a review in for a while. Awesome. All right, so Lakshman and Kalenza will be what we're reviewing. Lakshman will be first, and they've sent us a CodePen link, so let's check it out. Ooh, they made Minesweeper. Very cool. Okay, so that's a lot of codes. Very cool. Nice, and I see that you generated the Minesweeper game using JavaScript. That's awesome. Lakshman was in our very first code review stream, and they coded out all, like, they had some other game. It wasn't Minesweeper, but it was like grid based. This is my longer break timer. Let's take a quick stretch. Oh yeah, and Lakshman codes on their phone. So Lakshman, was this, and actually let me just real quick so that I can see more of your messages. He coded it on his phone again. That's awesome. All right, I'm gonna give you VIP Lakshman so that you can, you're not limited by the chat timeout. There you go. So talk as much as you want, Lakshman. Awesome. But yeah, Lakshman has coded this on their phone. I think they have some app for that has like an editor. I'm assuming, Lakshman, do you have like a USB keyboard or like a Bluetooth keyboard? You can't be typing it like this, right? There's no way. Awesome. Okay, so let's try to play this Minesweeper game. Click. All right. That means there's one mine near here. Let's click here. Whoa. That was a good choice. Can I right click? I know this is a mine. This is definitely a mine, right? That's also definitely a mine. This is not a mine. That was a mine. We'll connect to voice in just a second, Lakshman. I just want to figure this stuff out. What's up, Constave? Back to work. Have a great day. All right. Thanks for dropping by, Constave. Nessie says, I noticed that all the older video of React use class components and the new one use functional components. Is there a reason? I personally prefer the class style. It's just preference. You can do most all of the same things with either. Okay, so I lost. That was a bad choice. I made a bad choice. I'm low with internet. Badly require a voice call. Yeah, absolutely. We can do it. And I could potentially share my screen too, so that way, you can turn off the Twitch stream and then only do like a Discord call. I am really bad at Minesweeper. I admit it. Okay, so the HTML and CSS itself are like very simple, right? So HTML just has an H1 and then a table, and then the CSS is also very simple. It's just a table and an H1, and then all the codes are in the JavaScripts. About 200 lines of code. Okay. All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna get this call going with Lakshman. It's starting. Wait, oh no, that's a chat from earlier. Yeah, give me a second. Do. Wait. Yep, I already said hello, but I can say hello to you too. What's up? Taquito. Welcome to the show. Gotta find the message from Lakshman. Send me a DM on Discord. I can't find you. You need the shirt. Check out $6shirts.com. Not an ad. Hashtag not an ad. But the shirts are cheap. And they're great. All right. See you later, Revive Newt. Thank you for hanging out with us for a little bit. Lakshman sent me a message. Oh, there you are. Hi, Lakshman. And Aitakito, thank you for that Twitch Prime sub. Taquito. Oh, wait, Lakshman, your says their internet is down? Cool. Let me go ahead and call them now. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Can you hear me properly?
I can. Everyone in the stream, let me know if you can hear him. It's about as loud as it can get.
Okay.
Yeah, count to 10.
10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's pretty good. You cut out just a little bit, but I think that's going to be okay. Sounds good. Okay. Awesome.
Okay.
And
you're the first person to get second code review?
yeah, you are. You're the first person with the second code review. I think you were you might have been the very first code review. All right.
Okay.
Would you like me to share my screen, or do you just want to do voice?
No, I'll be in voice only.
Okay, sounds good. So here we go. And I do have to leave in about 30 minutes, so we'll basically just review until I have to leave.
Okay, no problem.
Cool. So I'm just gonna take a look at the code.
Okay.
Yeah, and Katie Bug says he's literally my hero building games off of a phone. Can you mention really quick what is the app you use to build stuff on your phone?
Yes. Solo Learn.
I think we searched. Oh yeah, Solo Learn. SoloLearn.com.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
and so they have a mobile app that lets you write code. And I
yeah,
guess
only actually front end is good actually.
just front end, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you use like a Bluetooth keyboard or like a USB keyboard?
No, mobile keyboard only actually.
Like on the screen?
Yeah.
Wow. That's crazy. Do you have a Bluetooth keyboard?
No, actually, no. I have only single laptop and this mobile phone, that's all.
Okay. Well, we'll see what we can do about that. I might actually send you a keyboard, Lakshman. Because your phone has Bluetooth, right?
Yeah, my phone has Bluetooth.
Yeah. So if we get you a Bluetooth keyboard, you'll have a heck of a time actually like writing code instead of using your on-screen keyboard. But that's awesome. That is definitely dedication. Yeah.
Actually, not only 2 games. I have written still more games. Yeah.
You've made more games. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I've made Flappy Bird and Tic Tac Toe and what's that? Another Snake game.
Oh, nice. Awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's get into the code. I'll tell you what I'm looking at because you can't see my screen. But let's see. So you have a variable table, that's the selector, and then you have a variable h1, which is the heading. I think the first thing I'll say is you can probably use const for those variables. Because the selector never changes, right? So right now you have let.
Yeah.
But for anything where you never need to redeclare the selector, it makes sense to use a const. So I'm actually going to change those two to a const. And actually, I can create a fork, and that will allow me to, I can share my code afterwards too, so you can see the changes that I made.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you use a const variable, Hopefully the game should still work. Yeah, let's see. I'm really bad at Minesweeper. Okay, the game still works. Awesome. So, any variables that don't change use a const. Awesome. Okay, and let's just look at, I guess, the game logic. So, first of all, how does this grid get created? So you have this function create 2D array. It takes in rows and columns. And then you create an array of length rows, and then for each row you create an array of length column. Okay.
Yeah. It's actually a 10 into 10 table where all the squares are placed actually.
Okay, that makes sense. And I guess initially they're just arrays of undefined, right? So there's nothing in them.
Yeah, arrays of undefined.
Okay. And dysfunctional. Thank you for that $5 donation. Who says towards Lakshman's keyboard, maybe. Awesome. Okay. So you're saying new array and you're passing in the length. And thank you, Sly, for that Twitch Prime sub. I'll show you potentially a way to do it. Have you worked with like map or filter before? Are you?
I have worked map and filter both.
Okay, so another way to create an array is by doing array.from, but that also accepts a map method. So you can kind of do it like this. Let me show you. So instead of having to write a loop, you could say return array with length rows, and then for every item in that, we want an array with the length of columns. Like that. Let's see if it works. Rerun. And Alifixit, thank you for that Twitch Prime sub. It didn't work. The grid is way smaller now. I broke it. I broke the code. Let's see. So this is going to create an array of length rows, and then for every row we create an array of length columns.
Columns, yeah.
Oh, array.from. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's I forgot array.from. So it's two nested array.froms.
Yeah. It actually basically creates a 10 into 10 array actually.
An array of arrays, 10 by 10. That makes sense. Cool. Yeah. So this works. I'll share the code with you afterwards. But basically, it's a little bit shorter. And instead of like having to manually create a loop, Punish with another $5 donation says, "What an amazing stream!" Oh, thank you. Okay. So yeah. It's not. If you could see the code right now, you would think, it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. So we'll leave that there. Cool. All right. So yeah. So RC initializes to 10 row and column. So it's basically a 10 by 10. Doc is saying
10 by 10.
Array.fill is even shorter. However, Doc, array.fill we would have to use .map because we need a new array for every column. We couldn't just fill it with a single array, right, Doc? Right? I don't know. This is one way to do it. We could talk about like 5 other ways to do it. Okay, that's awesome. So you have a 10 by 10. I like the fact that you have a variable that specifies the number of columns, right? Because if I change this to like 5, will the game still work? But it'll just be a 5 by 5?
Yeah, actually, it works.
All right, let's see. Look at that. The first thing I chose was a mine, but that's pretty cool. Yeah, I like it. So that's a really good practice. Basically, this is kind of like a magic number. So if you by putting it in a variable, it makes it very easy to change later on and like change the game entirely, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, we can select actually 10 in 10 by 10 or whatever we want actually.
That's awesome. Okay, so that's great. All right, so you have a function box. Okay, so it looks like you've started to use some like object-oriented programming. This is a constructor function for box. Yeah. And so it takes in...
This game was after the redeeming 9 months more.
Say again? Sorry, you were cutting out.
This game was built after 9 months Morris redemption. Like I've code reviewed with you 9 months Morris read that one.
You're saying 9 months or
9 months more is.
You keep cutting out. I'm sorry, but
reviewed with one first code, right?
Yeah, so I remember in the first code review, I basically said you should look into object-oriented programming because it's gonna clean up your code a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. It's sometimes it's hard to hear you. I'm sorry, but yeah, it looks like you did it. So you got some OOP going on, which helps clean up the code for sure. Okay, so what is
Yeah.
do you remember what is the box variable? So box takes in box, I, and j, but what is box? Is box an object?
This dot box equal to box, right?
Mhm.
It's actually
Is it an element?
no. Actually, a lot of day happened like writing this code, so I forgot some variables.
Oh, no worries. I actually I can see it in the code down below. It actually is an element on the page. So you're passing in the cell. So
Yeah.
I think that this is a great way to do it. Basically, you have an object with object-oriented programming that wraps the element itself that's on the page, and then you also know which column and row it is with I and J. So that's pretty cool. I like that. It's a
Yeah. Maybe a box content, I think so.
okay. Yeah, that's awesome. So it's a simple little constructor, but it allows you to like encapsulate that stuff, which is cool. All right, my break
Yeah.
timer's popping up if you want to take a quick stretch.
Okay.
Okay, and then you have the generate table function.
Yeah.
And so yeah, this is like just a nested loop. Yeah. It loops the number of rows and then the number of columns.
Yeah.
Table.insert row. Is this built into tables in the DOM? I've never seen this before. I've literally never done this before. That's pretty cool. So I just looked it up. So
Yeah, I think it's actually a tr tag. We'll do tr tag, and we'll after that we'll do td tags, right? Table dot insert row will actually put up a tr tag.
yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I would normally do it manually. So basically document.create element tr and then append child. I didn't know that this function existed. So that's pretty cool. That keeps the code pretty clean because you don't have to like create a new element. That actually creates it, inserts it, and then returns it so that you can use it. And then same thing with insert cell. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. Okay. So yeah, we're creating rows, we're creating cells. And yeah, you probably don't need to create a text node as the child. You can actually just set the text content. And then I'm seeing right here that you're setting the style directly. It might make sense to just add a class. I'm gonna look at the rest of the code really quick just to see if where else you might set the styles or the color. Because it could clean it up a little bit if we take these default styles and put it into a CSS class. Let's see.
Okay.
And this is really just for the creation because I realized
I think we can do that because
Mhm.
I think like we can do all the we can shift that code to CSS.
Okay. Because it's the default styles, so like it's the styles that are applied when the app first starts up.
Yeah.
But then later on you set the styles directly to change like their background color and stuff like that, right? I don't know how to do a multi-cursor in CodePen. Does anybody in the chat know if I can do multi-cursor in CodePen?
Maybe Alt and we can click by pressing Alt and we can shift wherever we need we can click on the arrow.
Oh yes, that's good enough. Oh no, the page refreshed.
Yeah.
Oh no, go back. Cool. All right, it saved it. Yeah. So if I hold down Alt, that actually lets me do like a vertical selection. Yeah, look at that. Nice. Very good. Okay, and then Alt Shift, Alt Tab. No, that's not it. Alt F3.
No, Alt and the mouse one.
So at this point, I don't want to. Oh, I guess I could. Yeah. So this lets me draw like a square. I want to select the next thing that matches. Alt F4. I'm on a Mac. Avi says Alt J. Nope, that didn't do it. That created a delta sign. It doesn't matter. I'll do it manually. I was just trying to find the code shortcuts, because in VS Code I would be able to do this pretty easily, but it's fine. Alt J is a band, a pretty good one at that. I tried Alt J, it didn't work.
Maybe it's different on Mac, I guess.
Yeah, it might be different on Mac. I'm on a Mac. Like that, and then we need to get rid of that. Switch to Windows. Yeah, I have to learn the CodePen keyboard shortcuts, because I have no idea. Okay, so what I've done is I've taken that JavaScript code and turned it into a CSS class. And then what I'll do inside of the creation of the cell is instead of setting all of that manually, we can just set the class name. So I could do cell.classlist.add and then just say add the cell class to it. And let's see if that works. I'm going to save it, rerun it. Looks like it still works. Cool.
It still works?
It still works. So that's a good sign. Cool. Yeah. So I'll just say, like, initially, like, the creation of the grid and all of that, this looks really good. Like, compared to the code that we saw, I guess it was a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
This is awesome. This is a huge improvement. Great work. All right, let's try to look at the game logic. So okay, so placing the bombs. Let's look at that.
Yeah.
So basically, when the app first starts up, it's going to randomly put a bomb in a certain number of cells. And I guess, do you know the number of bombs? I guess it's 10. Or you're defaulting to the number of rows and columns?
Yeah, 10.
Or mines.
Yeah, default.
Sorry, mines.
Like, I've used RC over there, right? So it will be how many rows and columns will be there? That many bombs will be there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we are getting a random row, and then okay, and then we're checking to see after we've gotten that random row, is there already a bomb there, right?
Yeah, we will check whether a bomb is present over there or not, and then we'll try to add the bomb over there.
Yeah, someone is saying there's at least one bomb in every row. I guess that's true, right? Yeah. And so every single yeah. I should be saying mine, not bomb. You're replacing mines because this is Minesweeper. Yeah, and so we could clean this up. Yeah, so basically the purpose of this loop is to randomly place 10 mines on the grid and in a random location. And the way you've coded this is we need to find a row that has not had a mine placed on it yet. And if it was, then we try again, right?
Okay, yeah.
So I think a better way to do so, because the grid is small, this is not a problem, right? Like, you could potentially iterate up to 1,000 because it tries to place it on the same row over and over and over again. But eventually it'll place it on a different row, right?
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So basically, that's why you have the if there already is a bomb there, then or if there's not, then decrement I, so that way it will try again. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So probably a better way to do this is you can have, let's say, like an array of all an array of length 10, and you can put and iterate from, and that array can have the numbers 0 all the way up to the number of columns, and then you can randomly choose a value from that array and remove it after you've chosen it, and that way you'll never pick the same value twice. Does that make sense?
Yeah, making sense.
So I'm gonna try to code this up really quick. I'll say like bomb locations is gonna be an array, and then each value in that array is just gonna be an index.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we're gonna pick a random index and remove it. So we're gonna iterate over each one. And
Okay.
typically there's an issue when changing the length of an array. Well,
Yeah.
yeah, I guess we could technically just slice a random index. So we could iterate up to RC. Oh yeah, and somebody mentioned this earlier. So in your loops, you don't have let I or let j. So technically those become, well, I guess you have it at the top. But the issue is...
Yeah, I have actually declared top.
The issue is they potentially could overwrite each other. Or you could have unintended side effects where one loop modifies the I variable and then doesn't reset it, and then another loop uses that value. So it actually is a much better practice to put let on the for loop itself. But okay.
So it's better not to define for with whatever variable we use in for to be defined earlier only.
Well, it's better to redefine it every single time. So in every for loop, you should have let I or let j.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so first of all, we need a random index. It's kind of tricky because you can't see my screen, but basically what I'm doing is I'm cleaning up the code that places the bomb in a random location. So first we get a random index from the array of all possible indices. So I'm creating an array of length RC that's going to have every index inside of it. Then we're going to get a random index, and we're going to actually remove that from the array. So I could say bomb locations dot splice at the index and 1, I think. Splice removes a value from an array, right? Yeah, and somebody's asking about scope. That's basically why we would put let I in every single location, is because of scope. So let creates a blocked scope variable, which means it will only exist for that specific for loop. And it won't lead to an error because of block scoping. Basically, every scope has every block will have its own scope, and you can do a let variable. Neat trick. Swap the last element and pop. I don't know if I've ever done that, Drunko Dev. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. Instead of slicing it or splicing it, take that random index, swap it with the last one, and then just do a pop. That's interesting. Because that would do it. Basically, we could say, yeah. Let's do that. That's fun. Okay, so the random location is going to be bomb locations at random index. And then we need to get rid of it. So we'll say the bomb locations at the... Oh. But then we got to do swap, the old swap and pop. We could technically use array destructuring. Okay, here's the thing. I'm just going to use splice because it's easier to think about, because otherwise I would need to swap. I'd need a temporary variable, or I could use array destructuring to not have a temporary variable. Illy has it. So this is how you use destructuring to swap the two. But this is complex. I'll put the code here so that you can see it, but it's a little it's a little much. Splicing should be easy enough because splice is going to, I believe, return the value
Splicing.
that got removed. Yeah. Like that. So that's going to remove it. And then, yeah, because before you were checking if it already has a bomb in it, then don't do it. But if it's not a bomb, then we need to do this. What is the bx variable? Oh, I see. You're putting a random one, and you're putting it in a random column for every row, right?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
All the row, each and every row contains only a single bomb.
Is that usually how the rules of the game work, or are they more random than that?
No. Actually, what happened is like whenever I used random over there, to come like side by side, all the bombs were beside actually. So like it would mess this. So only
I see. This is kind of like the easiest mode, right? Where only one appears in each row. But if you get into if you get into like expert mode or hard mode, then it might have multiple bombs side by side. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
If that's the case, then we actually just need. Oh, and I see. You didn't want them to be on top of each other, right? You always from one, or is that
top of each other also.
And so from one row to the next, you don't want the bombs to be right on top of each other? Is that accurate?
Yeah. No bombs will be on top of each other actually.
Oh, okay. So that's a little bit different. I didn't think about that.
Yeah. I made this because so that the game, like playing the game would be easier.
Okay. Will the game logic still work if two bombs appear on top of each other?
Sorry?
If two bombs appear on top of each other, will the game still work? Like, is your logic written in a way that it can still handle it?
Yeah. It can handle it it can handle in any situation. But what happened is when the bomb only 10 by 10, so that the figuring out the bomb would be more easier than this single one.
Okay. I'm gonna see if this works though. But the issue with the code that I just wrote is that it will potentially put two bombs one right on top of each other.
Okay. That would be not a problem actually.
All right, let's see what happens. And then I actually have to go. So here's what I'll do. I'll hang up the call. I'll do I have to go to a meeting, but when I come back, we'll continue this because I want to keep talking about the code. And Rhino, thank you for the 200 bits. Who says more love? Oh.
Can I know how long it will take? How long it will take?
My meeting, probably no more than 15 minutes, but it could be up to 30 minutes.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. I'll wait.
Okay. Well, it just so happens that the code that I wrote, at least this time that it ran, it didn't put two bombs on top of each other. So,
okay.
But they're still random. They're it changes it up a little bit because it's possible for two bombs to appear in the same column, but not right on top of each other.
Okay.
Let's
Even
see.
if it appears in the same column, logic still works.
Yeah. So and it appears to, and it kind of gives it that feature where you click one and then it just clears a bunch of them because there's no bombs nearby.
Yeah. I actually wanted to be more specific about that logic.
Okay. Avi says, "Can I teach you how to play Minesweeper?" I don't know how to play. Okay, but two appeared on top of each other, and it looks like the logic is right. Okay, but I do have to go. So I'm gonna hang up the call. I'm gonna go on a quick break for anybody that's hanging out with us. I'll put on some music, and then I'll be back in about 15 minutes or so, and we'll keep looking at this code because this is pretty fun. I'll say overall, Lakshman, this is like a huge improvement over the code we saw a few months ago. It's awesome. You're doing good stuff.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right, yeah, talk to you soon.
Okay.
Cool. There's that. I'm going to go on a break, but while I'm gone, I will put on some music, be nice to each other, all that good stuff. See ya in about 15. I know you can still hear me. I need to set up all the music and stuff like that. Do 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 do. All right, see you soon. Welcome to the Coding Garden. How's it going? How'd you all do without me? Is everything fine? He is back. Just woke up from a nap. Well, welcome, Johnny Drama, and hello, Kabanks. Welcome to the show. What's up, Bachnaut? Andrew says, I was in school. That's okay. Okay. I'm gonna see. I was crying. Hey, ACM. Hopefully you're doing okay. I'm sorry. Sorry you were crying. I'm gonna see if Lakshman is still available. If not, that's okay. We'll move on to the next review. The music makes me super productive. Nice, Danielle. That's good to hear. You can check out that playlist there. Oh, what's up, Raider? Got the Seth Drums emote. We missed you so much. What's up, Acid Spark? Nice. Okay, so Lakshman's available. I'm going to give him a call right now. Hello? You can hear everything on my desktop because of... I guess technically I should enable streamer mode, but are you there, Lakshman?
Yeah, I'm there.
Hello. Okay. There we go. Cool. Yeah, and happy birthday to Seth Drums. Hey, no worries, Bob. Yeah, I know Bob is in the area that got affected by the hurricane. Was it Hurricane Laura? I forget what it was called, but hopefully you're doing okay, Bob. And my thoughts are with you. Okay. Hey, what's up, Pranjal? Welcome back. Let me see really quick. Do. Perpetual Phoenix. Thank you very much for that sub. All right, so if you're just joining us, basically we're reviewing Lakshman's code and modifying a few things and seeing how we could write some stuff better. And welcome, SinStream, who says they know me from YouTube. Very cool. And so Lakshman has created this Minesweeper game. And it's using vanilla JavaScript, and we're kind of just reviewing the code. So that's where we're at. Last place we left off was cleaning up the function which adds... Is everything okay, Lakshman? I heard a weird noise.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So we rewrote the function that replaces, or that places random mines on the board. Oh, well, the first click was a mine. Okay. Well, welcome, funny boy. Thanks for tuning in. Okay, let's try again. Doing okay. Okay. Wow, this is hard.
Actually, you can do one thing. I've used text indent over there, right?
Say again?
I've used text indent over there. Hello, can you hear my?
Yeah, you keep cutting out. Try to say it one more time.
I've used text indent over there, right? You can make it 0 pixel.
Oh, so the text of the bomb itself, so I can actually see the bombs. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Text indent. Discord region? Oh, can I do that? Will that adjust a voice call on Discord? Oh, I can. Yeah. Okay, let's change it to... You're in India, right, Lakshman?
Yeah, I'm in India.
Okay, I'm going to change the region to India. Let's see if that's any better. Because I'm sure I have a decent enough connection. That's actually really cool. I didn't know you could do that. I'll show everyone. In Discord, you can change your region. Thank you, Kalasak, for that, or Kyle Isaac for that suggestion. Okay, hopefully that'll be a little bit better. That didn't seem to work, but that's okay. That's okay. I was just like playing the game. Though I'm
Okay.
I want to win though. How can I win? I lost.
To make 5 into 5 a board and use text over there.
Okay. Okay. So we rewrote the function to generate it randomly. It's not quite the same because I saw what you were doing is you were making sure that it never appears on top of each other.
Yeah.
So yeah, it seems like your voice is doing better. So I think that helped. Okay.
Okay.
And Anonymous, thank you very much for that gift to Cal Isaac. Kalisak? Let me know how to say it. Okay, so you then have a function which is going to basically look at every single cell and determine if there are other cells around it. And basically put the number on the grid, right? So to say 1 or 2 to determine how many are nearby. Now, this is a little bit too much iteration. We have 4 nested loops, and so this is like in the worst case, and basically you have for every cell you're looking at every other cell to determine if it is.
Yeah.
Well, I guess not quite because your inner loop is smaller. Your inner loop only looks at the surrounding cells, right?
Yeah, neighbors.
Right, in the neighbors. So
Yeah.
And this works. I think one thing you could do is whenever you're creating, like, or whenever you set a cell to be a bomb, you could access all of the cells that are near it and increment their bomb count by 1.
Okay.
Yeah, that actually could work. So basically, we're getting a random X and Y location. So
Yeah.
basically, when you're generating or placing the bombs on the map, every time you place a bomb, access all of the cells around it and increment it by 1. And so that way you can do it in a single iteration.
Yeah.
Doc says, doesn't that work out as exactly the same efficiency? It does, but it's 1 less loop because you could do it in this loop instead of the next loop, which looks at every single cell.
Like placing the bomb and incrementing the neighbors count both at the same will help, right?
Right. And so that's basically less iteration. Cool. All right, what else is happening? Yeah, and so when anywhere is clicked, we call the start function. We find the closest box that they clicked on, or the closest column.
Closest.
Yeah, well, the closest TD, which is a column, right?
No, closest box, like whichever we have clicked, that box will be selected actually.
Okay. Minesweeper code kata win. Oh, okay. I think actually I fixed it. Yeah. So in the CSS, I just had to refresh it, but I got rid of text indent, and now I can see where see where everything is, which is awesome.
Yeah.
So now I can cheat. Yeah. Awesome. And then it says I won. Very cool. Nice. That was easy. Okay, so when we click a cell, we're going to look at every cell in the grid. And then if the box is equal to that specific box, okay. So basically, when you click a cell, we're trying to find the specific box that you clicked on. And this is basically, you need to iterate to find it. See,
I'm iterating because I need to actually to check whether those neighbors are of numbers or are empty space.
Okay, but what I think you can do is you can like attach the box object that you created to each element, and that way you don't need to search the grid. Like you could be able to instantly access it. So basically, so you're saying box select equals the closest TD, but I think what we could do is we could say box select dot box, and then we instantly have access to it. We don't have to search for it.
No, like I've created an array, so it's better to get the I and jth location of that box so that we can reveal those neighbors, right? So only.
I see. So you want to. Okay, but the box has access to I and j as well, right?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can adjust this. So, row.insert cell creates a TD. So let me try doing this. So I say I'm basically gonna attach a property to the DOM element because there's nothing wrong with doing that. So whenever we're creating all of the boxes, whenever we create the cell, I'm gonna attach a property to it called underscore box. And what that should allow us to do is just instantly access the box whenever we click on it.
Okay.
So now, right here, yeah, we could say box equals box select dot underscore box. Then we can take this code here from inside the loop. Wait, okay. That's for that, and that's... Oh, I see. We're missing curly braces on the outer for loop, which technically means that this loop happens for that loop, right? Am I saying that correctly? Anybody in the chat?
Yeah, actually, I've not added curly braces for first for loop.
Okay, it's only for the first for loop. Yeah, so my suggestion would be to add the curly braces. Let's just make sure this still works.
Okay.
Yeah, and Vicious has a suggestion, like we could use web components, we could use state management. There's a lot we could do with this for sure. And they mentioned like lit HTML, which is a fun web component library.
Okay.
But this is good. So I really like you're learning all of this stuff, right? So I think this is a good first step from what we saw last time. But probably the next step would be to use something like web components for sure. So you can put that in your to-dos. Okay, so that still works. And then I need to do this. So this goes here. That gets pulled out. But now that we have access to the box, we could just do box.i, box.j, and then just set the box hidden to false. It should work. And now we don't have to iterate because whenever we click on a cell, we instantly have access to the box information. Let's see if this works.
Okay.
No worries, Dad of Dom. Yeah, today we're doing less reviews because it really tires me out when we do a lot of them. So yeah, you missed your chance. Still works. Cool. Yeah, so that prevents us from iterating.
Okay.
Oh yeah, so someone just mentioned we could. So Lakshman, did you see the RGB LED that we worked on?
Yeah, it was interesting actually.
Somebody's mentioning we could turn it into a Minesweeper game. So like Twitch chat could play.
Oh.
That would be interesting, right? So you
Okay.
Twitch chat could choose a row and a column, and then it's potentially a mine, and then it like explodes. That'd be cool.
Okay.
Awesome. Okay, so we saved ourselves some nested iteration from doing that. That's great.
Okay.
And then we're checking to see if there's a win state. Okay, and this is like a really long if statement. So one thing I would probably do here is, because you're saying td0.every_win, td1.every_win.
Yeah.
And so there could be a way to clean this up. So what is win? Is win a function? Oh, I see.
No,
yeah.
actually, when you have when you found out the mines, then this thing appears. Actually, you have won the mines paper, and it removes the event listeners.
Okay, and so it's checking to see if everything except for mines have been unhidden. And Oknot now, thank you very much for that gifted sub.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, I guess instead of having an if statement with multiple, so anytime you see yourself writing out like 0 through 9, you probably should use a loop of some kind.
I think that will not work, because like all the rows should be true, right?
And Oknot with more bits says, last bits before I go. Thank you for the bits, Oknot. Doc is saying a win condition is when the number of remaining squares is equal to the number of mines. So you could just check that instead.
Like I've used whenever we click on whenever we click on a box, I'm changing the background color. That's all.
Right. But you have the hidden variable. And so you could just say if the number of cells that are hidden is equal to 10, then, and you haven't lost yet, then you win.
Yeah.
That could work too. Yeah. Multiple ways to do it.
Right. Yeah.
So let's just say this. To do. Instead of checking every non-mine cell, check to see if number of non-hidden cells is equal to number of mines. Doc says, so number of remaining squares initially 8 by 8. Every time you click, that goes down. And if that, and so then you wouldn't even need to iterate, because every time you click, you could keep track of the number of correct guesses. And then eventually you have total number of non-clicked cells, and if that equals the total number, then you're done. You win. Okay. So check empty says if the background color is not white and the inner text is empty, then you reveal it.
Empty.
Okay.
Reveal. Yeah.
Yeah. So because you already have this box object, I would probably add. So you do have a hidden property on it, right?
Yeah, I have actually hidden property, but I think I have not used it properly, because at the end of the finishing this project, I got to know that about the text indent, which can hide things.
So again, the text what?
I think I have not used hidden property, because I've got to know about text indent, and I've used text indent to hide things.
So you're using text indent to hide it. I see. But I guess what I'm mentioning though is so in object-oriented programming, typically the object has like the state of the thing, and so box represents the state of an individual cell, and so I think you probably should use the hidden property, but then you could add other properties like this dot empty equals true or false, and then like this dot is mine equals true or false, that kind of thing. And also like this dot number of neighbor mines, and that's a number like 9 or 10 or something like that. So basically you could use the object to keep track of all of that state, and then instead of checking text content, you could just look at the state, which would be a little bit cleaner.
Okay.
Cool. All right. Looks like we've only looked at about half the code, but is there any other part of the code you would like me to review before we end this?
Okay, like like there's a function called check neighbor, right?
Mhm.
Function called check neighbor. Actually, that code is kind of dry, but I tried to make it wet, but I was into errors.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and actually, I'm not actually familiar. I didn't hear of the WET acronym until you mentioned it. WET code,
Write everything twice.
write everything twice instead of don't repeat yourself.
Yeah. Don't repeat yourself. Yeah.
Write everything twice. I've literally never heard of that before, but it's pretty funny. Stop
Okay.
trying to be so dry. Instead, write everything twice. You can ask yourself, have I written this before? 2 times, but never 3. I see. So it's like you never you can repeat yourself twice, but if you're going to repeat yourself a 3rd time, then you refactor it into a function or something like that. Okay, yeah. So the last thing we'll do is we'll look at this check neighbor function, and then we'll end there. So check neighbor gets a specific x and y coordinate in the grid, right? Because you have an x by y grid. So it's looking at a specific one, and it's looking at all of the neighbors of the one that you just clicked on. Yeah, we're basically, we need to look at the top left, the top right, the left, the right. Yeah, so all
top, right.
8 cells around a given cell. Potentially, if it's on the edges, then you don't check that.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, because you're checking
the first statements can be like written using for loops, right?
Definitely. And I think the other thing you could do is you could have an early, so in every single one of these if statements, you're checking if I minus 1 is greater than or equal to 0.
Yeah. So like I've used those conditions because whenever someone clicks on the corner part, then if they click on corner part, then the top left part will be absent, right?
Yes. And so what I'm thinking is you can check all of that first. So check to see if they're on the, well, potentially have a nested for loop. Let me see what I can do. I don't know like the best way of refactoring this, but I'm thinking like you could do something like this. Like take every item where you're checking that and put it into this if statement. And I'll share this code afterwards because I realize you can't see it right now, but I'll share it afterwards.
Okay.
And then we can get rid of the check for I minus 1 greater than or equal to 0. Recursion. Yeah, a lot of people want us to use recursion, but we're not going to do that.
Yeah. This is a recursion actually.
Oh, I mean, because it's calling reveal. Where are you using recursion at?
Actually, that all function check neighbor and check empty is a recursion only. Both are linked.
I see. So check empty calls reveal and check neighbor, and then check neighbor calls check empty. Yeah, it's not exactly recursion because it's not calling itself, but I see the functions are, they're calling each other. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, and so a lot of people have suggestions. We mentioned this earlier, like storing the neighbors in an object. So, and also storing the inner state. So instead of checking the entire grid every time, you already have that this box constructor. This could have a property like this dot neighbors.
Okay.
Which is an array of all of its neighbors, and that way you don't have to iterate over the whole grid. So for whenever a cell is clicked on, you instantly know who the neighbors are, and you can just check those. And Bosifius with a 3-month Twitch Prime resub. Going through some tough times right now. Glad I have the stream to cheer me up. Bosifius, we're here for you. Can we get some hearts in the chat? Thank you very much for your support, Bosifius. And it gets better. It always gets better. Hearts. Thanks for being here. Cool. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, so we cleaned up that. We could do, I guess, like a similar thing with this down here. I kind of just would like clean it up one step at a time. And like instead of having multiple if statements, like you were mentioning, you could basically loop to detect the neighbors. Yeah. Yeah, no worries, CC Gaming.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here.
Even I tried
Go ahead.
loop it, but when I went to errors.
Okay. There's definitely a way to do it. I would say.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave you. I'm not gonna do it for you. I'll say to do. Use loops. But I think I'll get you started because basically we need to iterate from 0 to 2. So 0. Like -1, 0, 1.
Yeah.
In all directions. Vicious has some code here. Row limit, count array. If row limit is greater than 0, column limit. That's a lot of stuff. I don't know exactly what that does. Titanfuss says add comments. I would say so. So there is a lot of code here, and I mean, for the most part, it is self-explanatory. Like if you're a coder, you could look at this code and determine what it does. But there are some cases where things are not that obvious, so it would make sense to add a comment to say like what exactly that thing is doing. But I'm of the opinion that you shouldn't overuse comments. You really should only add comments if they're absolutely necessary.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I would say I think we're gonna end it there because we've been talking for a long time now. But I would say attempt to use loops yourself. If you have a problem, post a message in our Discord and we can try to help you out with that. Yeah, Exuma says code equals the what, comments equals the why. Exactly. So you shouldn't write a comment that says this loops from 0 while x is less than RC, increment x on each iteration. No, because that's what the code says. You should add a comment that says this loop is here so that way we can reveal all of the cells, right? That makes sense. Okay, so I saved this. I think I can share my fork. And you can take a look at the code and the to-dos that I've written. And it'll help you help you clean things up.
Yeah.
Conjure Bacon says you can encode which neighbors have mines with a single byte. 8 bits. Yeah. Well, we're in JavaScript. We would just have like an array or even a string of like zeros and ones. But yes, and so we mentioned that earlier, like on your. So I think this is like your. Is this kind of the first time that you're using object-oriented programming?
Completely like a beginning. This is the first code actually I used object-oriented myself.
Okay. Yeah, because I think
without
like
any help.
You had a good start. Like you have the object, but there's a lot of other things that you could keep track of on that instance that would clean up your other code. Because if the box knew how many neighbor mines there were, that would help. If the box knew instantly knew who all of its neighbors were, that would also clean up your code a little bit. There are basically some other state things that you can keep on the box that's going to clean up your code everywhere else because you instantly have that information. Yeah. Major Lift says, great job. Amazing progress on your second code review. Even more so that all of this was coded on your phone. Yeah. So if you all want to see, I guess let's look on YouTube to see when that last code review was. Because was it 2 months ago or so?
Maybe, I think 2 months ago, I think so. Like last time also I didn't get code review.
I think this was it. But yeah, about 2 months ago, Lakshman, because we reviewed Informath. Maybe it was it a different one? Maybe it was a month ago.
Yeah, a month ago, I think so.
Yeah, it was. So this was the one, July 6th. Well, no, July, August. So it was 2 months ago. I'll post this in the chat, but you can see the amount of progress that Lakshman has made because last time, basically they had a similar row-based game, but all of the things were coded in HTML, and then there was everything was just accessed in the JavaScript, and this is like a huge improvement for sure. Cool. All right. Anything else to add before we go?
Okay, yeah, like I wanted to say a few things. First one, like I really thank everyone who had gifted me a sub. And the second thing is, if I am here today because it's because that CJ, like whenever.
Oh, I just closed Discord. Oh, I'm so sorry, Lakshman. I'm so sorry. I disconnected. Oh man.
My request. That's all.
Sorry, we missed. All we heard was thanks for the gifted sub, but I accidentally closed Discord. So can you say that again? I'm sorry.
When I saw first stream of CJ said my name, and that impressed me a lot, and I started watching his all. And so I'm asking CJ to do is not to automate things to say people's name. You should say all, like you were some people were saying to automate things for allow, right? That's like I'm not on that side. That's all.
Yeah, no, I agree, and because people are like, oh, it takes too long, but like you said, it adds a personal touch. Yeah. And you like to hang around here, and you appreciated that I said your name and all that. So
yeah, actually, you were the first YouTuber to say my name that much loudly.
I appreciate that. Yeah, and huge thanks to everyone that's gifted Lakshman a sub. I think it's happened several times now, right? I think you're at a 5-month resub.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, 5-month resub.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you, Lakshman. This has been fun. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Awesome. That was fun, everyone. It's Friday. I think we should play some Clash of Code. Who wants to play Clash of Code? We do have one more code review to do. So Colenza says they have a Chrome extension that auto clicks a YouTube like button based on YouTubers you've listed. So we'll review this, but I think let's do a Clash of Code. That'd be fun. Yeah, type 1 in the chat if you want to play Clash of Code. Pranjal says yes. Auto like. Oh, this auto likes videos. That's actually really sweet. We'll take a look at that next. But yeah, let's play Clash of Code. Cool. All right, so for those of you that have not heard of it, Clash of Code is a really fun game where we can all compete to solve a coding problem simultaneously. So I'm going to start a private clash, and basically everyone can join the lobby, and then a problem will be revealed, and we'll all have about 15 minutes to solve that problem. They have different modes: fastest, shortest, and reverse. Let's just do fastest. So we're going to start there, and we're going to allow any programming language. So you can use any one of these languages. I'm probably going to use JavaScript, but you can use any one of these. And then whoever is the fastest to solve it will get first place. Yeah, what's up, Depopom? I guess technically I've been live for 2.5 hours. We took about a 20-minute break. I dropped my phone. I'll mention, though, some interesting thing. So I have these in-ear monitors, and I now have this little personal monitor with a volume knob. So it just hooks onto my pocket, and I am able to easily control the volume. Now I'm not left-handed, but I use a left-handed mouse so that I don't overuse this hand, because this hand is often used for like clicking the trackpad and stuff like that. Okay, so we're gonna do fastest mode, any language you want. What's up, Sharon Sherry? Welcome to the show. Here we go. I'm gonna send this link in the chat. You must click the link. Was changing the volume ever hard? No, but I'm free to move. Look, I can go over here and I can adjust the volume, and I can go over here and I can adjust the volume. That's all. I mean, well, one of the main things is that yeah, I'm standing. Look at me. Wow. One of the main things is I have my drums set up. I haven't done a drum stream yet, but I have my drums set up, and this will allow me to walk over there and still be able to monitor the things. Okay, so click that link, join the clash. We've already got 30 people here. That's awesome. So it's going to start in about a minute, and we'll see who can be the fastest to solve the problem. Now, Look at all those people. And sometimes the problems are very hard. And so don't let that discourage you. Try your best. I mean, this seems like a competition between all of us in the room, but it's really just a competition with yourself. You're battling yourself to see if you can solve the thing. Drum stream, yeah. I mean, maybe I'll pull out the drums later because I got everything hooked up. I want to show you. We have, 40 seconds left? I think I just broke my monitor. What just happened? It just dropped on the floor. Oh, batteries fell out. Ah, everything's going wrong. And the clash is starting. It's fastest mode. It's okay. It's okay. We technically have 15 minutes to solve the clash. That didn't last long. Okay, I'll do a little bit of this. There we go. Did I say in eye monitor? No, in ear monitor. Ah! All right, all I wanted to show you was that, just a second. I will not drop my Mac. There's a drum set over there. It's behind a blue screen, which is tricky because the symbols are reflective, which makes it hard to chroma key, but there is a drum set right over there. It's a thing. Okay. Back to what we were doing. We're playing Clash of Code. So those of you that have joined, let's get into it. This is your timer up in the top left. You can see where you write your code on the right. You can specify your coding language. I'm going to use JavaScript. You can choose other things. And you can see your test cases down here. Like that. And then let's look at the problem description. And on iMonitor, yeah. Okay. The goal is to reformat a sequence of integers so that each pair is separated by a number of points equal to the number on the left. Okay, so you get an integer sequence, a string containing the sequence of integers, separated by the correct number of dots. So, for example, we get 1, we should see 1 dot, 2 dot, 3 dot, 4 dot, and then 5. Yeah, it's pretty easy. So basically, the input tells you how many numbers you're going to see. The next line of input is each number, and then you need to output those numbers combined and separated by periods. So let's do it. They already give us the total length, and then they give us each individual input. Now we need the output. So I'll say the output is going to be a string, and then we're going to get each individual value. And we're going to say output needs to add that specific input, and then we need to add that number of periods. So in JavaScript, we can take that number, turn it into a string, and then a string has a repeat function on it, and we can say repeat X number of times. So that should add the number plus that many periods. However, we only want to add the periods if I is not the last value. So we'll say add that, and then if I does not equal length t minus 1, then add that to it, and that should be it. And the way you submit your answer is you actually do a console log because it looks at the standard out. And you just say output plus equals that. All right. Am I gonna get it on the first try? What do you all think? No, I didn't get it on the first try. I did the wrong thing. So I repeated the number itself instead of the number of periods. So I need to say period repeated. Yeah, then I don't need to do this. I need to say repeat a period X number of times. There we go. We got it. Nice. There are a lot of ways to do this. This is technically the fastest mode, so by talking right now, I'm making it longer until I actually submit my problem, but I'm going to click submit, and that should get me in. But let's see. Yeah, I got 9th place. That's not bad. All right, and let's see. Andrew, in first place, they did it in 2 minutes with JavaScript. Look at all the JavaScripts. All the JavaScripts at the top of the leaderboard. Let's see how Andrew did it. Inputs. Number 1. Okay, grab the specific value. Oh, I see. So we have Z, which is going to be each one. It's going to be the value with period repeated. Oh, I see. And then you're iterating up to -1. Right. And so then that just allows you to so I see. That makes sense. So instead of not appending the periods if it's the last value, what you've done is you skip it all together, and then at the very end, you add the last value onto the end. Very good. Good job, Andrew. All right, Radite and Resage.me, if you click share my code, I can take a look at your solution. Why does no one use assembly? We just decided to do one clash. We're going to review Quillenza's code right after this. We'll do one more because I realize people are just joining. All right, Martins did it in Dart. They got 5th place. They completed it in 3 minutes. Let's look at some Dart code. So we have our output. This is exactly what I did. So this is what I did, but in Dart instead of JavaScript. And I guess in Dart, you can generate a list that is of a given length. And for every value, you get a callback function. This is kind of like array from in JavaScript. And we're creating that many periods and then joining them all together. Cool. Dart's pretty cool. Let's see. There's a whole lot of JavaScript today. A lot of JavaScript submissions. Let's look at Awk. Awk did it with Python. They did it in 3 minutes. Anacode says, can someone explain to me why the shortest clashes are beneficial? Seems like it just makes things more confusing. So it's from this idea of code golf. And nowadays, it's really not that relevant because most code interpreters are not running the code that you actually write. Like your code gets turned into bytecode. It gets transpiled, compiled. Like basically the code that's running is very separated from the code that you actually write. But it used to be, like especially when you back in the day, when you had to code things like in assembly, or you had to compile your code on a system that didn't have as much resources, you would have to write programs that not only were performant, but also didn't have as many bytes in the source code itself. And so this really isn't a thing that we need to worry about anymore. But that's kind of where it originated. And it's this idea of code golf. Is it actually useful in the real world? Not really. No. No. It's just a fun exercise to learn. And I guess the other thing, like in JavaScript, we have, hey, DS Legends. Thank you for that 4-month resub. But in JavaScript, we have minifiers, we have obfuscators, but nobody is doing that by hand. You're always running it through a code that does it. So it's really just a fun exercise. 640K should be enough for anyone. Have you seen the JavaScript payloads on modern websites? Yeah. Sometimes you'll find some cleverly used functions in other people's code when you compare it, though. Can be for sure. So like if you're looking at code and people have done it in a clever way. I don't know why I put clever in quotes, but they've done tricky things. Code golf is going to help you understand those kinds of things. But it's a good sentiment in a codes because for the most part, it just makes it very confusing. It's really just a fun pastime. I don't know. Yeah, code obfuscation contests are my favorite, but they're like automatic obfuscators too. Yeah. No worries, Anacodes. Okay, so Awk did it with Python. Get the length of the input for each item, append the item itself, append. So this is one thing I like about Python. So if you want to repeat a string in Python, you can actually use the multiplication sign. So in Python, if you multiply a string by a number, it will repeat that string that number of times. Oh yeah, and so like there are other things. So Acid Spark is mentioning demo scenes where you have a limit on your code size. Like your code cannot be larger than like 2 kilobytes or something like that. So you have to do special tricks to make sure that your code is smaller. But again, it's just for fun. It's just for fun. Yeah, there's obfuscation, and then there's IOCCC that goes crazy with code structures. Yeah. Okay, but I like this about Python. You can multiply strings by numbers. And then here we're getting, and I see, because answer is an array, we are leaving off the last one. -1? Join it together on a string? How's there? Oh, yeah. This is basically how we ignore all of the periods after the last item. Yeah. Don't feel dumb in Blinky. So I used the repeat function, but the repeat function is technically a hidden loop. It is a nested loop. You need some sort of iteration. Like even this right here, multiplying a string by a number, even though it looks like nothing, under the hood, it has to iterate, right? It has to do some sort of loop to repeat it that many times. Cool, but good job with Python. I'm going to pick like one other language we haven't seen. Daniel did it in C#. Let's see how they did it. Grab the inputs, go up to the length -1, so we're not going to look at the last value. And yeah, so look, Daniel did it with a nested loop as well. So basically, if you don't have a function like repeat, or you don't have a language mechanism for multiplying a string, you're going to have to do it manually yourself by actually looping. And so they loop up to that number to print that many periods. And then they also write the last number itself. Great work. I think one thing I like about this solution, which is different from the other ones, is instead of building up a string or an array, we're actually just outputting to standard out as we go along, instead of creating the variables and then at the end outputting all of it. Okay, let's do one more clash of code because people seem interested in this. And then we'll get back to code reviews. Yeah, I'll look at mine again for those of you that forgot what I... Well, actually, we'll look at Alex the Mitchell, who says it's similar to what I did. Yeah, so we're using the JavaScript repeat function. If it's not the end... don't append the dots, or if it's not the end, don't append. Yeah, I think that makes sense. All right, here we go. I've seen a lot of these websites, like something.new. They seem fishy to me. Like, who owns those domains? Repeats a string. It's pretty sweet, and it's fairly new. I mean, it's only been around for, let's say, a few years in JavaScript. But you can say. That means the clash is over. That's why we heard that. But you can do that dot repeat, and then you can say the number of times you want to repeat it, like 100. No, 4. It's over 9,000, and so that will take the string and then repeat it that number of times. No, Batman. So, yeah, okay. All right. Which one should we do? Let's do reverse mode. Reverse mode is always like either really easy or like very not apparent at all. So we're gonna do reverse mode. And in reverse mode, you are given the inputs and the outputs. There's no problem statement, just inputs and outputs, and you need to figure out what code to write based on those inputs and outputs. Yeah, and that no Batman was a reference to destroy all software. There's a talk about actually, let's watch it all together. It's fun. I think it's pretty short. Let's see, it's 4 minutes long.
Go. All right, good. You guys know what WAT means? WAT. Exactly. Let's talk about Ruby. In Ruby, if you reference an undefined variable, of course it name errors, as you would expect. And if you try to assign B to A with them undefined, of course it name errors, as you would expect. And what happens if you try to assign A to A with A undefined? Correct. Nil. Wat. Let's talk about Ruby. Ruby, unlike some other dynamic languages, does not have bare words, so you cannot just type words in and have strings come out, unless you define a particular method missing that does the right thing. And then if you type bare words, suddenly Ruby supports bare words. And in fact, it will even support bare words with bangs in them. And this is not deserving of WAT. This is actually a result of how awesome Ruby is. But if you ever actually do this, then WAT.
Let's talk about JavaScript.
Let's talk about JavaScript.
Just real
Does
quick.
anyone know in JavaScript what...
I want to... So this is an older talk, but look, he's not using node.js. He's using JSC, which is like a command line JavaScript runtime. I feel like this was before node.js was big, but regardless.
Array plus array. Well, let me ask you this first. What should array plus array be?
Empty array.
Empty array, I would also accept type error. That is not what array plus array is. Wrong. Wrong. Array plus array is empty string. Obviously, I think that's obvious to everyone.
Yeah, Slurps says this is from 2008, and Node.js was introduced in 2009. So even before Node.js, there were ways of running JavaScript not in the browser. Node.js just took up. Regardless, let's keep watching.
Now, what would array plus object be? This should obviously be type error because those are completely disparate types. Does anyone know what this is? No. Close. No. Far away. It's object. Right. Nicely done. Now, of course, because this is plus, so you can flip the operands and the same thing comes out. So if we do, what? No, that's just an object. If you do object plus array, you should get exactly the same thing, which, as you can see, you do. And finally, the only one of these that's actually true is, because you add arrays, you get empty string, that doesn't make sense. But an object plus an object is actually not a number, technically.
You're not wrong.
So this one's actually right. And exactly, right? Like, what is even going on in this lab? I don't even understand what person with a brain in their head would think that any of this is a good idea. Okay. Enough making fun of languages that suck. Let's talk about JavaScript. If I say array.new 16, or just array 16, I get an array of 16 things, which it represents as 16 commas, which is obvious. And if I then join those with a string, then I get the string 16 times. This is actually the only line in this entire presentation that's reasonable.
What?
Now, if I take that string and then add a 1 to it, it interprets the 1 as, or casts the 1 to a string, and then we get wat1 a bunch of times. Fine. Does anyone know what will happen if I subtract 1 from the string?
Any guesses? Any guesses what's gonna happen here? And I kind of spoiled it earlier, but yeah, I'll share this link. This is a hilarious talk. Wat. Does anybody know what is wat minus 1? Nan. Yeah. I gave you a preview earlier of what might happen here.
I'm assuming no one does. I'll give you a hint. Does this help? Does anyone know? Wet man. That's all I got. Thank you, guys.
It's good stuff. There's a ton of really awesome talks on Destroy All Software as well. You can check that out. Yeah, and so someone in the chat was like, "Does this still happen?" Yes. I mean, this is okay. Let's talk about it a little bit, because this is a lot of what like people point at JavaScript and they're like, JavaScript is horrible. Why does it do this? But if we really look at what's happening here, is like JavaScript is forgiving. I don't have RTX voice on. No, I have noise suppression on. Yeah. This isn't even funny. The audience might be fake. It's pretty. If you're a programmer, it's pretty funny. Okay, but JavaScript is a very forgiving language. Like in other programming languages, like compiled languages, you would get a compiler error, right? Like if you tried to add two arrays and that language did not have operator overloading, then it would just say, "Hey, I don't know how to add two arrays. Fix your code." JavaScript is like, we want an environment where you can write code for a website, and it's possible that the code for the website is potentially wrong in some ways because you have coders that aren't as good, I guess. You have coders that don't know as much about, or that might do things in the wrong way because they're hobbyist coders. And this is when JavaScript was introduced. Now, obviously, JavaScript is a very serious language. I use JavaScript for my day job on the front end and on the back end, but it was created to be forgiving. And so when you do things like this, what's technically happening is type coercion. It's accessible. Yeah. So what's happening here is JavaScript is trying to figure out what you meant and performing some operation for you. And if you really wanted to know what it's going to do, you could look at the ECMAScript ECMAScript standard, which is the standard that defines how JavaScript should behave. And in the standard, there is the coercion algorithm that's performed. Basically, it's a literal algorithm that's been written out, and it says when you attempt, and it says exactly what should happen. It says when you attempt to add an object and an array, these following steps should be performed. And it does that. Now, I'm not trying to justify this. I'm not saying that this is I'm not saying that this is intuitive, right? It's not intuitive to say that object plus array equals 0. Or that object plus object is true, I think, right? It's not intuitive. Like, as somebody coming from another, no, it's NAND. Never mind, it's NAND. Yeah, and so like what Omgit is saying, I'd much prefer an obvious error or crash than unintuitive behavior, because this is not intuitive. But the main idea, and you have to understand like the history of JavaScript and where it came from, is that it's forgiving, it's accessible, and that's why it does things like this. Now, in the real world, we don't write code like this. Like, I don't have to worry about the fact that object plus object is nan, because I'm never going to write code that would attempt to add two objects together. Like, I'm a professional software engineer. I wouldn't try to do this. So those of you that point at this, that's saying like this is why JavaScript is horrible, these are some aspects of the language, but we never use them. So why do you care? I don't know. Doc says object equals undefined because of the JavaScript parse tree on the left is an object. Oh, okay. Doc is saying that's not an object. It's an empty scope, which is undefined. So we're technically doing object plus empty scope. Is that what's happening? Yeah. Yeah, and so some people might say they're pitfalls for new people, but as a programmer, like, when have you ever tried to do this? If you mistype it, then it becomes a hard to find error. It's easy to find. No, because I mean, you'll technically get a runtime error, or for using something like TypeScript, then you'll get a compile time error. No, I just, like, I've been using JavaScript professionally. I've been writing production applications that lots of people use for like 5 years now. And this has never tripped me up. This has never tripped me up. Yeah, and so that's the other thing. Like, in the real world, we use a linter, right? Right. So, like, if you're writing JavaScript code and you're pushing it to production and you haven't run it through a linter, or you haven't run it through some sort of TypeScript, type system like TypeScript, then that's your problem. That's not JavaScript's problem, right? And I use JavaScript without TypeScript in some places, but I use a linter, and that catches the majority of the errors like this. Yeah, we could talk all day long about this. Haters are gonna hate. They're gonna hate JavaScript, but it does these things for a reason, and nobody in the real world actually, like, you can point to that and say, oh, this is weird behavior, it's not intuitive, but nobody is gonna write code that does that anyways. So let's go. We're going to play Clash of Code now. So if you're new to this website, you can go to codinggame.com. And right now, you can sign up for an account. You can also sign in with GitHub, which makes it easy. And after you have signed up, in a moment, I'm going to put a link in the chat. And anybody that clicks that link will be able to join the lobby. And we're going to compete to solve a coding problem. Actually, it would be fun to do shortest mode because I could show you some more weird things in JavaScript. The fact that you need a linter is kind of a problem with JavaScript. I don't think so. I mean, again, if you understand the history of the language, like JavaScript was created as a scripting language to make web pages interactive. And back then, the majority of people creating web pages were usually like hobbyists. And I mean, not usually. I mean, obviously, other programmers could create web pages too, but you have a lot of hobbyists. You have a lot of people that are not seasoned programmers. They don't have computer science degrees. And so it's a language for them. But nowadays, it can be used for other things, which is why you should be using a linter or something like that. Yeah, I don't know. We can talk about it all day. But yeah, let's do a quick vote. Do we want to do shortest or do we want to do reverse mode? Quick vote. Shortest. Go. Yeah, you can complain all you want. I'm still gonna write JavaScript. I've got apps in production. People use my code. People learn stuff from me. So haters gonna hate. I guess I don't know. It's like justifying like really weird issues. I don't know. Vote now. The poll didn't show for you? Yeah, complain all you want. I get paid for writing JavaScript. Use Pascal. Yeah, I think you should, the real Python, you should be able to vote in the chat. I think if you do /vote, and then the either 1 or 2, that'll vote for it. Yeah. A bad craftsman blames his tools. Beautiful, beautiful sentiment, Conjure Bacon. It's so true, right? You can do awesome things with anything. You can also do bad things with anything. Shortest mode has won. Let's do it. So this will be fun because I'll show you some other really weird quirks of JavaScript in shortest mode. So, oh, that's really weird. Really weird, the real Python. Join now. So you can click here, join the clash. Now I will say, because we're in shortest mode, if you choose Ruby or if you choose Python, you're going to be at an advantage because those languages are usually... a bad craft blames the craftsman. But yeah, so if you use Python or Ruby, sometimes JavaScript, you're going to be at an advantage because it is easier to write shorter things with those languages. But up to 100 people can join. Look at that. There are currently 45 people in the lobby. And yeah, so you probably shouldn't use C++ or Java or C#. You can, but this is shortest mode. So you have the full 15 minutes to solve the problem, but the person who is going to win is the person that uses the least number of characters. I don't care. I'm using C++. We've had some C++ submissions before. Like people use C++ and then they remove all the new lines. It becomes extremely hard to read. But in some of those other languages, there's usually a lot of boilerplate. Like you have imports and other stuff like that you you must have. So a bad tool also blames the craftsman. I think, yeah, Perl might be an option. So Perl, Ruby, Python... those are all usually what you can choose if you want to get something really, really short. What does this function return? Let I equal 1, try, finally, return ++ I. It's weird, Doc, right? Because if there's a try finally, my guess is that it's not intuitive and that it actually returns what's in the finally, but the try code is going to run first. And so... because the try code runs first, and because this is addition before access, it returns 2. But it returns, and then for whatever reason, the finally executes. So then that increment, I don't know, Doc, what does it do? It returns 3. So I guess the code in the finally block runs as well. Or, yeah, I don't know. That's super weird. I don't like it. All right, we're in shortest mode. Now, over on the right-hand side, you can choose your programming language. I'm going to use JavaScript, but yeah, you can use many, many other things. Choose what you want. But you can see in the bottom right, there is code size. You want this to be as small as possible. So code comments count. Remove the comments. If you're in JavaScript, then they have a shorthand for console log. Instead of console log, you can do print. and that'll shorten it a little bit. But the person who's going to win is the one that has the smallest number right here near the end. And you have, at this point, 14 minutes left. All right, now we're going to read the problem description. This actually could be a very hard problem. And sometimes what happens is the problem is so hard that I don't have enough time to shorten it. I just spend all of the time solving it. But let's see. You are given in sets of 6 coordinates corresponding to the vertices of a triangle in the Cartesian plane. Well, your goal is to find out if the point x and y is contained within the triangle. If it is, print inside, otherwise print outside. Okay. Line 1, 2 space-separated integers corresponding to the point, x and y. A number in corresponding to the number of triangles to evaluate. So we're going to have lots of triangles. And then on the following 6 lines, we have 6 space-separated integers corresponding to the x and y coordinates of each vertice in the triangle. So, this is the point, 0, 0. We then, on the next line, says the number of triangles there are going to be. And then we have all the vertices of the triangle, right? So this is like xy, xy, xy. xy, xy, xy. And we need to determine, is this point within these vertices? Okay. It is maths. I'm gonna search the web though. Like, is there a formula for determining if a point is within a triangle? That's basically what we need to figure out. How to determine if a point is in a 2D triangle? Is there an easy way to determine? Yes, with code. In general, the simplest and quite optimal algorithm is checking on which side of the half plane created by the edges the point is. Okay, so we have a function that takes in all 3 points. It finds the sign. And then we get the sign of the point, vertice 1, vertice 2, the point, vertice 2, vertice 3, the point, vertice 3, vertice 1, and then this could work. This is a lot of code there. Let's see if there's a shorter way of doing it. Solve the following equation system. The point P is inside the triangle if 0 is less than or equal to S is less than or equal to 1, and 0 is less than or equal to T is less than or equal to 1. P0 plus copy, paste, shorten, dust off your hands. Yeah, so this person agrees with Andreas. Base-centric coordinates are very convenient for this task. Using their notation, the solution is this. All right. This gives us S and T, and then this is area. Just evaluate ST and 1 minus ST. The point P is inside the triangle if and only if they are all positive. Good enough to me. Let's copy and paste this code, turn it into JavaScript, and see if we can get the right output. Okay, so yeah, and they've already done all of the parsing for us. We're going to shorten the code later on. But this is absolutely complicated. Let's just see if we can solve it. So we're going to say S is equal to that, and T is equal to that. So we also need to calculate the area, which is this. We'll have to rename all of the variables. So this is the area. P1y is going to be y1. No, but we have zero. We have P0. So I'm actually going to change these to x0, y0, y1, just so it's a bit easier to convert. x2, y2. And then x and y are the point itself. Okay, so P1y is going to be equal to y1. P2x is going to be equal to x2. P0y is going to be equal to y0. P1x is going to be equal to x1. I mean, technically, I could have just renamed my variables to make this easier, but this is fine. P2x is going to be x2. P0x is going to be x0. P1y. Wait, is Mal already done? Good job, Mal. That's a lot of characters, though. This is shortest mode. You want to get in the least number of characters. So P1y is going to be equal to y1, y2, x1, y2. All right, that gives us the area. And then we have y0, x2, x0, y2, y2, p0 is y0, px is just x, because that's the point itself. And then we have x0, then we have x2, and then we have y. All right, that gives us s. We're on our way. And then this gives us x. This is x0. This is y1. This is y0. This is x1. This is y0. This is y1. This gives us x. This is x1. This is x0. And this is y. All right. So what we need to say is if s is greater than 0 and t is greater than 0 and area is greater than 0, then we'll say inside. Else we'll print outside. Now, did we do it right? No. no, we did not. I think, excuse me. Evaluate 1 minus st, not area. Yeah, it's not area. It's 1 minus s minus t. So if 1 minus s minus t is greater than 0, that's inside the triangle. Okay, try again. Oh my goodness, it works. It works. Oh, NovaScript got it too. All right, so now all we got to do is just make it as small as possible. So this will be a fun little exercise. GG, yeah, good GG. Okay, so we have 6 minutes left to make it as short as possible, and currently the winner, or the smallest code size and that's winning, is 6,000 characters. So we've at least done better than that, but I think we can get shorter. So here's what we need to do. We need to read in, well, actually, so we read in this, that gives us the point itself, right? So we do need to read that in. Because we use read line multiple times, I'm going to put this in a variable, call it r, so that way we can just do r, like that. What? I'm just doing this so this will let me rename it. Yeah, so that renames all instances, and I'll just say r is equal to readline, like that. So now I can just do r. I need to split the inputs to get the x and the y. So I can just do this, and then I can do this. And then I don't think we'll need to use a for loop. We can just read until there's no more input. But does this still work? It still works. All right, we've shortened it a little bit. I can remove the spaces here. And then now, instead of reading in and then iterating each time, parseInt becomes plus. Well, I don't even need to use it. I'm thinking it's going to go away entirely. So I'll just say, let's read line once. Actually, then I could take this and say, read line once. That's going to get rid of in because we don't need in. And then we'll just say while line equals read line. And then we can use L inside of here. So all of this goes in the for loop, or sorry, in the while loop. And L are the inputs here. L.split. Does this still work? It still works. Awesome. And so now that we've done that, we've gotten a few of the characters. Why is that? Oh yeah. So this is a little shorthand I'm doing to basically assign the variable inside of a method invocation so that I save a line of code. All right, we have 3 minutes left. So that's great. We now need to do another split to get all of the inputs. So that's technically going to be an array. And then we have all of the variables, right? Did Google buy DuckDuckGo? I don't think so. I hope not. Cool. So I can do this. I can say all of those are equal to splitting the input. So we don't have to parse them to integers if they're all used like in either subtraction or multiplication first. If they're used in addition, then we're going to have to parse these into numbers. But let's see if we even have to parse them in. Yeah, we do. So like the fact that it failed right there means that we technically need to make sure that all of these are numbers. So I'm going to split it, map it, get each value, and then turn that value into an actual number, which makes everything else work. Cool. Awesome. Let's convert array area to be A. You just add the plus to the ones that need it. I don't know which ones need it, so I'm just going to do this. We can get rid of semicolons. See how much time we have left. We have 1 minute and 46 seconds. This is about all I'm going to be able to do. We're just going to remove all the extra spaces. So instead of divided by 2, where are we doing that? Only x2 needs the unary plus? Nice, Doc. Nice. I'm cheating. I'm cheating by doing that. Yeah, okay, let's turn the print into a ternary, and that's like the last thing I'll do, because I'll do that. So I'll say we take this, and then if it's true, we print inside. Otherwise, we print outside. Like that. Oh, good call. Yeah, so I have a few seconds left. I don't know if I'm gonna have enough time. Call this A. Wait, did that not work? Why didn't that work? Does my code still work? Oh, put print on the outside. Yeah, that would save it. I only have 25 seconds left. Okay. Yeah, so I could say print. This is gonna be the last thing I do. Am I gonna have enough time? Am I? It's 10 seconds left. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Divided by 2. So the thing is, this whole thing, I don't know how I would turn that into 0.5. I don't. So this is good enough. Good enough. Yeah, no, there were a ton of spaces. I didn't have enough time to reduce it. How many characters did I get? We got down to, well, we'll see. It's submitting right now. The Clash editor actually has a triangle. Oh, that'd be awesome. I didn't do that. But the Clash editor has the VS Code shortcuts. So you can actually do variable renaming and stuff like that. Right, how many characters did I get down to? 317. That's not bad. I bet I could have won if I had more time to shorten. That is not bad at all. Yeah, the rename didn't work. Well, oh, you're right. Yeah. I hate shortest mode. They should remove it. Well, we were just talking about how the weird stuff. But okay, first of all, shout out to Stack Overflow. Shout out to Andreas Brink with the suggestion for what did they call these? Berry-centric coordinates. So we basically just used these formulas, turned it into JavaScript, and then shortened the code. But yeah. Well, of course, I could not have figured. I admit I would not have been able to figure it out had I not looked up the formula. Yeah. Let's see how. So St. Place Things solved it in 248 characters. Let's see what they did. Yeah, this is beautiful. The fact that they named the variables triangle is awesome. Okay, so they did similar to what we did. They renamed readline to R. Okay. They split it, all that good stuff. Here's our formula. Is this the same formula? I don't even want to decipher this. Like, this is so hard. Oh, look at this shortening. They made it even smaller. So they did in or out, and then they just appended side to it. Did that actually save something? The winner's code is in... Oh, there's a code golf stack exchange. Inside? Outside. It saves characters. That's awesome. Check if a point lies within a triangle. This was asked 6 years ago. And we can see in JavaScript, the ECMAScript. Did you... Same Place Things. Did you literally and copy paste this? You have the same variable name. Check it. Yes, you literally did. He's a cheater. Check the formula. 0 and NF. Is it slightly different? Yeah, it's okay. It's fine. This is fine. All right. Good job, St. Place Things. So here's the thing. Even though they cheated, they still won. So what does that tell you about life? I don't know. Arnab with 254 characters. Here we go. This looks like they didn't copy and paste it from somewhere. So read the input. You could have. So here's the trick. So I used to always be like, why can't I destructure without a let? The issue is if you want to get rid of this let variable here, you can either put a semicolon or a comma on line 1. Because so if you get rid of let, the JavaScript engine is basically thinking that you're trying to use bracket notation on the readline variable, which you don't want to do. So you need some sort of terminator to be able to not have the let keyword. So if you put a comma or a semicolon there, then you can get rid of let. And then here you actually don't need let either because there's no confusion because the previous character is a curly brace. Yeah, so you could actually get rid of let there and there. That would have saved you some characters. How many less were you? 254? I think you could have beat St. Place Things. I think you could have. Cool. Let's see. Yeah, looks good. People are congratulating Zamar. What is Zamar doing? Good work? What's happening? Oh, genuinely proud of myself at 12th place. Nice. Yeah, it's a good place to be. At least you finished it. So, I want to look at the top 3. So Thite always has really cool solutions. They did it in Python in 266 characters. Let's check it out. Wowee. They used execute. Does that somehow save you characters? Why wouldn't you just put the code? You could put it in a Lambda function, right? This is like eval. This basically takes in a string of code and then executes it. Oh, because you don't have to have new lines. Because in Python, you need white space, right? But wait, why wouldn't exec need new lines? There's semicolons in this Python code. The math constructor? I don't know. This is an extremely creative solution. Great job, Thite. I don't know if it counted against you for having all of these. Semicolons are a part of Python. I guess they're not optional, are they? Yeah, see you later, Dysfunctional. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, great job. Let's see any other language that we haven't seen today. Wait. Yeah, we'll look at Ruby. So Lone Survivor did it in Ruby. Let's see how they did it. Whoa. This is some code. Grab in, do the thing. This is some other form. This is a formula that I haven't seen. They're optional if you have new lines. Okay. Cool. Looks interesting. ACS, thank you for that 2-month resub. Very good. Pranjal did it in C++. All right, that's the last one I'll look at. So in C++ in 815 characters. Using the 3-corner points technique. So you have a function to calculate the area, a function that says is inside. I think this is similar, right? Because it's grabbing the 3 values. Oh no, we're saying if area is equal to the other 3. Cool. Oh. Is that a thing? Interesting. So, wait. This is what I'm thinking. So let's say you have a triangle, right? And there's a point inside of it. If you yes, that creates 3 triangles, because if you do these 2 points to this point, and these 2 points to this point, and these 2 points to that point, it's the same triangle. And if the area of all 3 of those triangles equals the area of the total triangle, then it's inside. Though. Yeah, no, that works. That's beautiful. That I can think about that. That is easy for me to understand. Cool. It's true. Yeah, this is great. Good job, Pranjal. Yeah, so the object was big brain. The object was you're given a point, and then you're given a 1 coordinate, and then you're given several different triangles, and you have the vertices of all the points on the triangle. And for every triangle, you needed to say whether or not that point was inside the triangle. All right. Let's get back to code reviews. I'm actually going to take a 5-minute break. Whoa! Thank you all for the follows. We've gotten a lot of follows today. I'm going to do these redemptions. I'll take a 10-minute break. I've been talking a lot. We've been writing a lot of code. But Dark Coder, thank you for the hydrate. Cheers. And Nualinko, thank you for the hydrate as well. Cheers. Do we have any solutions in Haskell? I don't know. Who isn't a Coding Train fan? I know I am. Drum break? Maybe. Check out Coding Train if you haven't. That's some good entertainment. I think he mentioned he's going to try to start streaming next week, because he's been on kind of a break. But yeah, great work, Lakshan, with that code review. We're going to review Qualenza's code next. Zero Turner with the hydrate. Cheers, Zero Turner. Manlea with the stretch. Raphael with the hydrate. Cheers. Green David. Cheers. Raven, thank you for that Twitch Prime sub. Cheers. And John, cheers. Nualinko with the stretch. Yeah, no worries, ACS. Thanks for hanging out with us. Have a good day at work. Hype train. All right, and thank you for that stretch, Nualinko. And we do have the break redemption. We'll wait until after the hype train is over to do the break. I thank you. Perpetual Phoenix. How would you sign out with a JWT? Just delete it from the client's local storage? Yeah, that's one way to do it. The other way is you can keep track. You can basically, here's the thing. That's the preferred, for me, that's the preferred way of doing it, because it keeps things stateless, right? You basically create a JSON web token that expires after an hour or 30 minutes. Make it expire, give it a very short lifetime. And then to sign out, you just delete it on the client. And then after 30 minutes or so, that JWT is revoked anyways, because it is now expired. Now, that's the stateless way of doing it. Most other ways are all stateful, right? Because if you can have a database to keep track of all of the signed out tokens, and you keep them in that database until they have expired. And so when someone attempts to use a token, if it's a valid token, you can look in that specific database table to see, oh, is this a revoked token? And if it is, you don't let them log in. That's one way of doing it. And hey, Zamar Plays, thank you for that Twitch Prime sub. Much appreciated. And NovaScript, thank you for the 23 bits. And no, Zamar Plays converted from a Prime Gaming sub to a Tier 1 sub. Did it say that in the overlay? I didn't see that. Yeah, so basically that's like the revoked token way of doing it. But the thing about JSON Web Tokens is it allows you to do things in a stateless, a non-stateful way. Basically, because you can validate the JSON Web Token using the secret on your server, you don't have to look up that user in the database. And because of that, you prevent a database lookup. You just instantly can trust that user because of the token itself. But if you now have to look at your database for every single token, you've like slowed things down. So that's one way of doing it. Token blacklist. You also can also just have really short-lived tokens, and then create a new token every 30 minutes if that user is still active, or create a new token every X minutes, so that the token expires after that number of minutes. There are other ways of doing it as well. What is this? What is this? I gotta look at it. But thank you for that stretch, Professional Phoenix, and Dundrons with the hydrate. Lorenium with the posture check. Oh, wait, what? What does this do to the real Python? Whenever you close your browser, it opens a GIF? What happens? Yeah, and so, yeah. There are a lot of ways to do it. It's a tricky topic. Yeah, I mean, that's another way. I mean, it's still this is still technically a database lookup, right? Because you could have, I mean, and that's if you want to sign the user out. Like, yeah, we're gonna stop talking about it because it gets really, really tricky. Thank you for the supports, but just know there's a lot of ways to do it. And Fikex, thank you for that Twitch Prime sub. Now, they renamed it to Prime Gaming, right? But Twitch chat still says Twitch Prime. Right? I'll say this: there are a lot of good articles. Find a 0 day. Thank you very much for the Twitch Prime sub. Search for a Medium article that has like a few thousand claps, or something that has a lot of feedback and is popular, and you'll get a lot more better, I guess, more thought out opinions. Cool. All right. I think I'm gonna try to play drums. We'll see how this goes. The normal chat just says Prime. That's good. Oh, I'm also using Franker faces, and that could change things. Here's the thing. I am not good at drums. I can, for the most part, I can hold a beat, but I taught myself to play drums many years ago and never really learned more than that. Excuse me. So that's about where I'm at. Also, I'm potentially having issues with audio sync and drum sync. So if I'm ever out of time, let's just say it's not my fault. It's the fact that the audio and the drums are out of sync. It's not that I'm out of sync. It's very likely that I actually am out of sync, but we're going to say that it's not. And I think I'm just going to play along to some of the music from my getting started screen. You can also see that what was I gonna say? Forget what I was gonna say. I don't know if you can tell, but Ableton is being extremely slow. Let's do this. Get rid of that. Should be fine. Should be fine. All right. It's the best way to do this. I'm going to do that. Right back. I'll be right back. All right. Well, I'm going to take a break, and then when I come back, we're going to do code reviews. But let me know if you all can hear the drums. It should go silent. Let me know if you can hear the. Let me know after this if you can hear the drum. All right, so you all can hear the drums. Here's the thing, I don't hear them in my headset. So give me a second. Okay. Let's pick a song to play along to. Si se puede. But we can't see you. No, I gotta do things. Give me a second. We're gonna turn that on. There's some drums. I'm buying an Elisa's DM8. I'm not familiar with Elisa's DM8. There's that. I'm gonna start up this really cool thing, which is synesthesia. This will respond to my give us some visualizations and respond to my drum mics. Go select that. We're gonna do there was one with clouds. This one. Yes. Okay. You do that, and then I think I can put the Twitch chat on top of it. Cool. Should be good. And then I'm gonna pick like one song to play along with. This is my break timer. This. There's also this. Yep, you're welcome. Oh, here's what we're gonna do. So the music that's usually in my my intro, we're gonna pick one of those and play along to it. That's Grand Banks. We're gonna do Bad Snacks. Now, I've already let you know I am not good at drums. I'm gonna try my best, but I'm not that great. What's this one? And you all let me know the balance between drums and music, because I'd have to adjust that. visualization is making everything glitched. We gotta close that. Just gonna show a video of clouds. I need a more powerful GPU. Not those kind of clouds. Hey! Procrastinating watching CJ, thank you for the Twitch Prime resub. Wait, what? Did it just stop this music? Music is louder than voice and drums. Okay, we can adjust that too. GoBot right there. This is a fun one. It's not as chill. It is. How's the levels comparatively? Also, I left this mic on. Good enough. I'm gonna take a break now. So I spent like all last night just like setting up the mics, getting the right camera angle, and it still needs some work, but that was fun. Thank you all for participating in that. Solid little session. Yeah. Not bad. Okay, great work, everyone. We'll get it worked out. We'll get visualizations. We'll get better. We'll work on the levels. All that good stuff. All right. I'm actually going to take a 15-minute break. And then when I come back, if Quilenza is still here, we will do a code review with them. If they're not here, then we can swap it out for someone else. But we are going to do one more code review for today. So yeah. Sound good, everyone? I just realized I'm kind of out of breath because I was like moving my body. You're here. Cool. All right. In about 15 minutes, we're going to do that code review. In the meantime, I'm going to put on some music. Maybe I'll play the drums along to the music. We'll see. But I'll be back in 15. Stay awesome. See you soon. hello there. Welcome back, everyone. Yeah, welcome, Lapsy. Caught a live stream. Wait. Am I missing chat messages? Has anyone sent a chat message but didn't see it in the overlay? No, I don't. I mean, I'm like 90% positive I fixed it. Thank you. Excuse me. All right, Colinza, can you shoot me a DM on Discord? So we already have our second code review of the day redeemed. I'll just need to connect to them and let me know, Colinza, do you want to do an audio call? And if not, that's okay. We'll just take a look at your code. And also, let me know if there's anything specific you want me to focus the code on, or focus the review on. Okay, Colinza says, I didn't want to go on a call. I hope comments can talk the code. Sure. And is there anything specific that you want me to focus on? Why are there yellow cans on the right? Because that's the drink that I really like to drink. And so this is pixel art. It's like my desk with a bunch of old cans on it. And Colinza, I just made you a VIP so you can send as many messages as you want in the Twitch chat. Or what are they? Oh, yerba mates. The one that I like is Classic Gold. It's from a company called Gayaki. That's it. Oh, you can't see my screen. This is the thing that I like to drink. Though I haven't had one in weeks because the only certain grocery stores here sell it. Danny, thank you for the 50 bits, who says, welcome back. All right, and Colinza said, focus on the pop-up. I think that's what I saw. Focus on the pop-up script. All right, I'll take a look at that. Raffle the code reviews. Yeah, and that might be the way to go, because then it's not like the first person. It's like, okay, these several people want to do the code review, and so then we raffle it. Yeah. Which flavor of yerba should I try? So, okay, let's talk about yerbas. This is not sponsored. Gayaki is a wonderful company that does a lot of great things, but this is not sponsored by them. This is the drink that I drink a lot, your Classic Gold. This is carbonated. If they have like 2 full sugar carbonated versions. There's Classic Gold, and there's also a cranberry one. The cranberry one's okay. If they don't have Classic Gold in stock, then get the cranberry one. They also have ones that are not carbonated, and I don't like those as much, but they're still good. So Passion Tiere is a good one, and also Enlightenment. So they sell it in glass bottles, but they also sell it in like 16-ounce cans as well. Enlightenment is a really good one. And then there's, what's another one? Revelberry is good. I don't think I've had the blue one, but the ones in the glass bottle and the ones in the 16-ounce cans are not carbonated. And then these are carbonated. Like if you see these and you see that it says 45 calories per can, be careful. It's got artificial sugar in it. And I do not like the taste of saccharin or sucralose or whatever. So I don't drink these because it has fake sugar in it. Yeah. And then just in general, this is a commercialized version of a just a tea, yerba mate tea. This plant here. And you can, I have yerba mate dried leaves in my house too for just making tea. Okay, enough of that. Let's do a code review. So this comes from Colinza. This is I don't like any fake sugar. Just doesn't. I can taste it. It's not good. So stevia, sucralose, saccharin. I don't like any of it. So, okay. This is an extension created by Colinza that does auto likes. So it automatically clicks the like button on any YouTube video of any YouTubers that you've listed, which is pretty interesting. I guess I'll clone the code down. We might not run it, but I'm just going to clone the code down. Oh, this is technically episode 4. Wow. Time flies. Big coding garden Wheel of Fortune app for raffles? Yeah, that'd be cool. I don't know about that one, NovaScript, but basically, like on my palate, any fake sugar just does not taste right. Like, I know some people can't taste the difference, but I can taste the difference. All right. This is a bash shell. You can, if you do !.files, you can see my .files, but this is just bash with iterm2. Okay. Here's the codes. Let's make sure it's all good. Also, I have to be more careful when I play drums because my partner was in a work meeting earlier when I totally forgot. But they were in a work meeting earlier. Oh yeah. Let's link the code. I'll put this in the current review as well. So we'll add a command. Cool. If anybody else comes along, just do !current review. And it should pop up. Streamlabs is having an issue. Current review. Come on. Look, that's it exactly, right? Oh, well. It's that. That's the link. And what's up, Informath? Welcome to the show. All right, let's go. Let's look at the code. So this is an extension that automatically clicks the like button on a list of YouTubers that you have selected before. They specifically want us to look at the pop-up. I'm just going to do a general review of the code, like just to get my bearings and see what we're looking at. So this is a Twitch extension, so we have a manifest that specifies like the name, the icon, what website it's going to run on. So this is going to run scripts on youtube.com. Basically, it's going to run like and content. And then the browser action is a little pop-up. So I'm guessing like there's a menu that you can click, and then when you click that menu, that allows you to specify which YouTubers you want to automatically like videos for, which is pretty cool. And so like.js is the liker. That's going to be the thing that does the liking. You can see my linter is freaking out because there is no linter file in here, and it's using my default rules. So I'm going to disable my linter. Cool. It's got the MIT license, which is great. Content script creates a liker. Cool. The background script listens for when the pop-up should happen, so that's great. Let's look at the pop-up. So the pop-up, it's got some CSS. It's got a table with icons, channel name, and remove. Cool, I like that. So without even running the app, I can tell what it does. It's possible. I don't know, Doc. You'd have to look at. So yeah, I'm looking at the code. What the code actually does, you'd have to look at the YouTube terms of service to see if this actually like violates the terms of service or something like that. All right, quick stretch. Okay, so we have a table that lists the channel name and then whether you want to remove it. So if I can just imagine what this app looks like, it's a table. It lists all the YouTubers you want to automatically like, and then you can specify when you automatically want to like that video. So after 15 seconds, after watching 50%, instantly. Typo. This should be instantly. And then you disable it. Cool. And then, so this is the UI that is shown. And then if we look at pop-up, that's going to be the code that actually controls it. All right. So get the YouTuber element, get the table, get the message, get the options. Cool. So we've basically, up at the top, we've selected all of the elements itself. Keepek says, isn't using table for layout bad form? I don't think it's layout. I think it's literally a table. I think it's a table that has headers and then values inside of it. I wouldn't say it's bad form. I would say it used to be in the days of old. Is that days of old? How does that, I don't know, but a long time ago, sort of, people only built websites with tables because it was kind of the only reliable way to create some sort of what do you call it? Some sort of layout, consistent layout. But these days we have things like Flexbox, CSS Grid, other ways of creating layouts like that. So you wouldn't use tables for that. But if you have tabular data, it makes sense to show it in a table. So I think that's fine. Okay, so up front, we're selecting all of our variables. And greetings, Dominic. Welcome to the show. We have options. Yeah, I would say the first thing is install a linter, because I see a few inconsistencies. Like right here, there's actually 2 spaces after let instead of a single space, and a linter would catch that instantly. So I would say set up a linter. I usually don't like default assignment. So what this is like when is yeah, this is attempting to create these it's attempting to initialize these variables, right? Like when disabled in images, but really all this is doing is actually accessing the variables. Let me know, Colin. So you were attempting to create these variables so that that way you could use them later on. Is that what's happening? Yes. Okay, so this actually doesn't do that. I mean, typically, I think the syntax you want is like on the left-hand side of the equal sign. Let's just see what it does in the browser really quick. So if I say let all of these equals array, and then if we look at all 3 of these, so if we look at yeah, so undefined array. So basically what it does is the last item in this list gets assigned to an array, and then all of the items before it just don't have any value at all. So I think that's kind of what you wanted to do, is you basically wanted to do this so that all of the variables basically become undefined variables, and then the list of channel names gets assigned to an empty array. I actually don't like default assignment like this. And then technically, because you're already doing it on this line here, you might just do that, like that. But I'll just mention really quick. What was happening was when you had the code like this, all this was variable access. And in JavaScript, because we're not in strict mode, when this variable was accessed, it basically created it. It created a var that is this variable. It's not a let. This becomes a var because of the way you've defined it. So I would put it, basically I'd put it here. I think it makes sense to put it there, and the code should still work. All right, so we're listening for when they click in the input. That's where they're going to put the specific, add a new row to add a YouTuber. Cool. So you have create row. It's going to get the local storage for Chrome. Images. Where are images coming from? Oh, I see. That's this variable. Okay. So if there's a list of channel names for every single one, create that row. And then grab the image for that channel. Cool. We're going to look at when that channel would, basically when we want to like that specific thing. Shouldn't you use constant list of channel names? Here's the thing. So you're defining channel names here, and then here, you're saying data.list of channel names. So at what point do we put channel names on data? All right. Yeah, what's up, Infi? Welcome back. We're at our second review now. Okay. Interesting. So this is specifying which box should be checked based on the actual option that was selected. Okay. Is slow chat? No, it's not 2 hours. It should be like 30 seconds. Yeah, right now slow mode is on 30 seconds. Okay. I'm gonna not talk, and I'm just gonna take in all of the code, and then I'm gonna take a step back and talk about it. A 2-hour slow mode? I don't know how that happened, Marcus. You could try refreshing. Nice. Cool. Arnav installed the extension. Does the extension webpage have screenshots? Let's see. Yeah, Impy, so those streams are just going to be sprinkled throughout the week now. So instead of Saturdays, like, I mean, we'll probably work on one on Monday. Because now there's no Saturday stream. It's not on the Chrome store. Okay, so I guess there are other ones that do it. All right, yeah, and so here's another area where a linter would help you out. So because basically you have this if here, and so inside of an if, technically that should be indented one instead of all the way to the left like that. But a linter is going to help out with a lot of that. Cool. Then for every option, add the click event listener. Yeah, I guess technically, I was gonna think, could I just run? It's hard to talk about this without actually running the code. But the main thing is this is dependent on the Chrome namespace, which only exists inside of extensions. I technically could install it unpacked. Does it do anything? Hey, you're welcome, Alien. Thanks for being here. Does it do anything malicious? Possibly. And Ed Charbonneau, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. We are doing a code review right now. So let's see if the command works, because we added the command. Current review. I don't know why it doesn't work, but you can take a look at the GitHub repo for the code we're reviewing here. This is a Chrome extension that automatically likes YouTube videos for any YouTubers that you specify. So we're looking at the code right now. We're going to give some feedback. That's about it. And what were you working on, Ed? Let's see. Yeah, did we get a shout out? Blazer.net. Very cool. Very cool. Welcome. Welcome, Raiders. Okay, back into it. I'm contemplating whether or not I'm actually just going to run this extension locally, so that way I can see what it looks like. I think it looks fine. It looks fine. Thank you, Ed. Thanks for the raid. This is fine. And thank you, Marcus. Thanks for being here. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to install this in Chrome. Yeah. In Elite Infosec, thanks for the bits, who says, cheers, Boga hey. Boga hey, how's it going? Actually, I'm curious, am I even logged into YouTube on here? Let's see. It's a risky reveal, but I am. Let's just choose another account if I have one. I guess I could sign into a different one. I don't know. Actually, I don't want to use it. We're gonna just look at the code. So I'll tell you this. These are the main points of feedback I have right now. Is for one, install a linter. I like to use ESLint, but basically it's going to fix a lot of the style things. Now, well, if I signed out, then I couldn't use it because I'd have to be logged in, I guess? I don't know. Now, Colenza, are you familiar with or comfortable with React or Vue or Angular, because my next suggestion would be to clean a lot of, so because right now this is straight up DOM manipulation, right? Like you're selecting the elements, you're setting them based on if things happen, but you're updating and accessing those DOM elements directly. It is possible. It is possible to no, you're not. Okay. But it is possible to use something like Vue or React or even Angular inside of a Chrome extension, because at the end of the day, it's just JavaScript. So you could use one of those libraries, which would clean it up quite a bit. But if we're not going to do that, let me just try to think of some general guidance here. Because it works, right? It technically works. Is there any... let's do this, Colinza. Can you point to like one specific event handler or one function in the codes here that you would like me to refactor? The mix of query selector and get element by ID is confusing me. Yeah. Typically, I like to just stick to one. So instead of using get element by ID, use query selector with the ID selector like that. But cool. Yeah, because I mean, usually the feedback is like, instead of doing this raw DOM manipulation, if you use something like Vue.js, I mean, it basically forces you to structure your code with like state, and then your view is a representation of that state. But with this, the code's like very manual. Okay, but refactor create row. Let's take a look at create row. And so create row is the function that will add a specific thing to it. So here's what I'm going to do. Just to make this a little bit easier, I actually am going to automatically lint your file, because here's the issue. I see this opening curly brace, and I thought it like ended like here-ish, but no, all of this code is a part of that function as well. Like it goes all the way to here, but because this code was against the left, this side, because this was against the side, I couldn't tell if it was inside of the function or not. But if I just run ESLint right now, it's going to instantly add all of that indentation. So now it's a bit easier to see that curly brace here, and then end curly brace there. This is our function. This is the create row function. Okay, so let's take a look at what it does. It gets the input, and so the input, I guess, is the name of the channel. Let's see where create row is called. Yeah, I've thought of creating courses. I just haven't got around to it. This is the easiest thing for me to do, is just to go live whenever I'm available and talk about things, instead of actually taking the time to create some proper course content. I don't know. This is me being lazy. Okay, create row takes in the channel name, and then it takes in an image URL. Yeah, so that's fine. So if it's basically, this is a nice little guard clause. If it's empty, return it. That's fine. Could use triple equals. If you use a linter, it's going to tell you, depending on the rules you choose, but prefer the triple equal sign. All right, so our list is going to be the filtered children, where the tag name is not tbody. Interesting. So table.children is going to give us all of the rows. Is that what's happening here? Filtered children. Yeah, that's a good point, Dev. I didn't look at that. But basically, if you want to compare this variable to other variables, you have to explicitly write it out like this. Otherwise, those are just expressions that evaluate to undefined and null. If you really want to compare it, you need to pass that in. Filtered children. So it's everything that's not the tbody. If we look at the HTML, everything that's not the tbody is just a row, right? Where is the table? Right? Right? Yeah, and then if we want to use coercion, so a linter is going to tell you, like, use triple equals. But if we say not equal to null, type coercion will kick in, and it will, if it's an empty string. Actually, does that work? Does that work? Never got around to it. Yeah, or we could do not input, but technically if it were, okay. Yes, there's a lot of ways to do it. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but you could say, so if we have empty string is not equal to null. See, that won't work actually. So probably what I would do is I would do this, not input. So because this will work for empty string, null, and undefined. And also like the value 0. But the tricky part is, what if you also want to, we'll say if, and the type of the input is a string. Well, it's not a string. Wait. If it is a string, and when we trim it, it doesn't have a value. So like that. That goes there, that goes there, like that. So if it's empty string, null, or undefined, return. If it's a string, and if I trim all of the white space of that string, and if it is empty, then return as well. That should do it. Double equals is bad equals. Regardless, so I think Quilenza, you can you might have said it earlier, but please clarify. This filter is attempting to find all of the table rows, right? Yes, or yes, or if this is trying to find all of the table rows where it's not the table body, I think what I would do is I would just say document.querySelector. Actually, you could do table, so it ignores the heading. So if you do table.querySelector, query selector all for tbody tr. So this will find all TRs that are inside of the table body. It's probably a better way to do it, because then you don't have to look at all of them and filter it. I seem too large. Yeah. I'm. It's new. InfoSec. Thank you for the gifted subs. Congrats to Sloth Farms and Cricket Strings and Ezio and Will and that one last person. But I have a new setup which makes me appear larger, but it also allows me to point at the code like this. So yeah, I think that should do it. So select all TRs that are inside of the table body, and then node collections have for each built into them. So then you could just do for each right here. For each row. And then this codes goes in here. And this goes above. Zinkus, thank you for that subscription as well. Okay. So, now, for every child in the row, well, all of the wait. We're looking at every child of a given row. Wait, are we saying there's a hype train? Is that what's happening? No, okay. Why are there trains? What you talking about? Okay. I haven't really used microservices before now. So we're looking at all the children of a row. The children of a row are going to be all of the columns, right? And if the column index is even, is odd. If the column index is odd and the text is equal to the channel name, we say it's already in the list. I see. So what we're attempting to do, that's the Boga train. What we're attempting to do is we want to, what did I do? That. We actually want to grab the column that has the channel name inside of it. So it's in the middle. So, and basically we're just we only want to add the row if it's not a duplicate row, right? I think that's the main thing, because TD2 eventually will get the channel name, right? Okay. I see. Now, yeah, and then you're already actually pushing the list of channel names in there. So technically, we don't actually need to look at the DOM. As long as list of channel names is always up to date, right? As long as that is always up to date, then we could just check that, right? So say if this contains or includes, yeah, input, return. Just like that. And then we don't need to do any of this. All of that code goes away, because if the list of channel names has the channel name that they attempted to add, then immediately return. That should work, right, Quillenza? Like, is there any reason why the channel name would not be inside of a list of channel names? Yeah, me too. I always forget, like, is it includes, is it contains? But includes is for arrays, contains is for strings. I will attempt to do code reviews and other things, but I am most comfortable with JavaScript. This is the last code review of the day, though. But we try to do this every other week, for the most part. But yeah, that should work. As long as this has it, it should work. Now, another quick refactor is, instead of calling this input, let's actually call it what it is. Let's call this channel name. That's wrong. Channel name. And this will it renamed it everywhere, and now it makes the code make a little bit more sense. So if the list of channel names includes channel name, then we're good to go. Yeah. Okay. Now we're going to create a row element. We're going to add that row to the table, create 2 columns, and a remove button. If the image was not passed in, we need to... No, if it was passed in, we create an image element with that image. Otherwise, we just set it to be the text. Wait, what is channel name? No, okay, you already had a variable called channel name. No. You're setting the first column to be the first letter in the channel name. Is that what's happening, Quillenza? So if they didn't specify an image, you just set it to be the first letter of the first column. Yeah. Cool. So I learned this earlier. And actually, this is something Lakshman's code taught me. Was technically, you can do table dot, is it insert row? And that returns a row, like that. So, and then you don't need to append it. So that if you do table.insert row, that actually creates the row and appends it all in one. And then on a row, you can say row.insert cell. And that creates and inserts the cell. Cool. And then later on, I guess when you have TD and TD1, yeah, then you actually don't need to append that. Beautiful. Yeah, that cleans it up just a little bit. It is short. Yeah, so basically this creates it and adds it all in one go. Assignment, create a basic page layout with Vanilla.js and tables. Okay, document.createElement button. So you're creating a button, and then you're actually appending that button directly to the row itself. Technically, that button needs to be inside of a TD, right? Inside of a table column. Like, this is technically an invalid table because it has an element outside of a row or a column. The browser is just going to fix that for you anyways. Like, it's going to probably insert it into another column or put it in a new row. I don't know. I'll leave that. That's fine. Create an image, set some attributes. Cool. This is saying we should use destructuring. I mean, we could. I don't think I would. This is basically what it wants you to do. This. To me, this code isn't as readable, though. This says, grab the first letter and put it in the inner text. All right, and then the second column is the channel name itself. We set the button to be a nice little emoji. Right? Class is not a thing? What? Scott, thank you for that Twitch Prime sub. Put that on a new line in terms of, because it was on the line before it. It should be there. Cool. All right. When the button is clicked, remove the row. Yeah, this is nice. You can just literally say row.remove, and it removes itself from the parent. And HVBO, thank you for that upgraded sub. Very much appreciated. Oh, I see. You were attempting to do some things. Okay. Now, when you remove a specific channel, you want to set the array equal to... yeah. Name does not equal... Yeah, so again, we could actually simplify this. So because inside of this function, we already know what the channel name is, we can literally just say name does not equal channel name. We don't have to like look inside of the table itself to find the contents. Because we're keeping track of the name and the list of names, we can just do that. Because what you were doing is you were looking inside of the column to see the text inside of the column to see if it was the channel name, but we have access to that, which is fine. And then images. What are we doing with images? Images. Where's this used? I'm doing a code review. So we're doing a quick refactor of one of the functions that was provided in this code. And this is a Chrome extension that automatically likes YouTube videos for specified channels that you specify. But you can, what we're reviewing right now is the code that actually adds the row to the UI that displays the list of channels. Data.images. So is images an object? Yeah, I think this is technically doing the same thing, right? The image source was sent in like.js. Okay, so does like.js have access to the same array? If you look at images. Yeah, it's a channel name, so check it. You can also do the same thing here. This actually simplifies it a lot. You should be able to just do images at channel name. And that will remove the image for that channel. Now, this is not how you remove something from an object. This technically sets it to null. If you actually want to delete it, remove that property from the object, you could just do delete. And that actually removes the property altogether. Yeah, and then what does our save variable do? Our save function. I guess that just writes it to local storage, huh? Send message with the options. I am very much inspired by Coding Train. Yeah, I mean, he's on the opposite side of the screen, but yeah, mine is very similar because I like to point at the code. And I mean, I used to be smaller. I'll show you. Show you what I used to look like this-ish. Which is reasonable, right? Most reasonable people would be this small, but now I can't, like, it cuts off here. and I want to be able to point anywhere on the screen, so which is why I'm gigantic, like that. Okay, I think that's about it. We actually cleaned up that function quite a bit, mainly because we could just reuse the channel name instead of needing to like look inside. So, yeah, CJ now, CJ then, HD Kappa, or Kappa HD. Yeah, I mean, and technically we got rid of all of that code. It's creating the row. It's pretty good. I think we did all right. Does anybody have any other suggestions for other things we could do to this function? Why not point with the cursor? It's not as obvious, and this is more animated. And if you're scrolling Twitch and you see a thumbnail and a person is doing this, you're like, whoa, that person is pointing at the screen. You wouldn't really be able to see the mouse in the thumbnail. That's something to think about though. If you're a Twitch streamer, like when people are scrolling, when they're scrolling through whatever, like the thumbnail is what brings people in. It's just like on YouTube. They're judging a book by its cover, but that's okay. At least it gets people in the door. What was the other website? So that was Clash of Code. And they have a game mode, which is shortest mode. Code Golf. More CJ equals best CJ. All right, I guess we don't really have any other suggestions, but here's what I'll do. Or this dude has a huge screen. Oh, did I just close VS Code accidentally? I might have. But I'm just going to put that code that I wrote inside of a gist, and I'll send it in the chat, Quilenza, so you can take a look at the code. But, I mean, I think in general, looks like the code works enough. I think one thing that you could potentially improve in other places is instead of looking directly at the DOM, so instead of looking at a specific column and looking at the text in that column to see if it matches a specific thing, you should have some sort of variables outside of that. You should have basically like state variables, and you already do, right? Because you already have the list of channel names. So basically this JavaScript variable is kind of like the in-memory representation of the actual DOM, and your code gets cleaned up quite a bit if you use that instead of looking at the data directly in the DOM. So it's kind of like having state and then having that mirrored in the DOM itself, which is closer to doing how you would do things like in React or Vue. But yeah, here, we'll take this. Can I have a CG for my operating? I'm like Clippy. Wait, I need to get like a whole lot smaller. I noticed you're writing JavaScript. Okay. How much is this haircut? Free. I cut my own hair. I cut my own hair. That's it. That's all I have to say. All right. And I haven't cut my hair in a while. Big, very big. Cool. So there's the slightly adjusted code, and then here is the original repo if anybody wants to take a look at that as well. Thank you very much, Quilenza, for asking. Is there any other questions that you have or any last things that you'd like me to do? So here's the thing, Andrew. I don't know who owns that domain, and they could actually be like harvesting people's clicks on that URL and stuff. I don't know. What's up, Rubber Ducky? Welcome to the show. Yeah, I mean, my partner helped me a little bit, but I mainly colored my hair myself. It's fading. I need to dye it green again. What's new? Yeah, but who owns that domain? Are you still here, Quilenza? No, oh yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for submitting. All right. I think that's it. That is all. Done. Finished. What does my hair look like when I let it down? Not as cool as this. It's what's the word? It has split ends. It's a little greasy. It's not nice. You don't want to see it down right now. But you can, I mean, in the past, when I had very healthy hair, check out the unbun. Google owns it? Well, what am I doing? All right, we're gonna close. Oh, did I just? Okay, did I just close Firefox? We're gonna close VS Code. Get rid of that. Cool. My hair is about 14 inches long, maybe a little bit longer. But like I mentioned, the ends are split, so healthy hair probably 10, 11 inches. Cool. What now? What do we do now, everyone? I thought there was something that I wanted to do that was doable. like it's not a huge project. Oh, yeah, you probably have to do that, Cleanse. That makes sense. Yeah, you have to play around with that code to get it working, because I didn't actually run it, but that would make sense. I feel like there's something on my website I need to update. I think I need to update my gear list. So I have this web page, which just lists all of the gear that I use, but I've gotten some new gear. And so I think I wanted to update this. And I would have like two sections, like the gear that I currently use and the gear that I've used in the past. I guess, I don't know. I'm not going to do that. Redeemed, unbound. I don't know. What do I do with my hands? Add grid.js. I don't even know. Well, what is grid.js? I would probably use CSS Grid, if anything. Advanced table plugin. Oh. Well, thank you, Rhino. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it gives you like sorting on tables and stuff like that. Okay. Do some CSS. Should we do a CSS challenge? That could be fun. It might be like data tables too. Can you do like a 10-minute CSS challenge? What's something that I could attempt to do in 10 minutes with CSS? Now, what is kit.co? Kitco. Marketplace for photographers and filmmakers. Never heard of it. A bonsai tree with CSS. That could be cool. Could I do this? I don't know. I don't think I can. I'm not very good with shapes. It'd be cool to like implement some sort of layout. Yeah. Cry. I can cry in 10 minutes. Oh, streamers usually list their gear there? Create a kit. I don't want to sign up. What benefit does this give me to instead of just having it on my own website? They probably take a cut of the commission and like generate affiliate links. That's their business model, right? I saw it for a second. I was like, what is that? Kitbogo? What? View on Amazon. Look at that. Let me show you. kit.co/proxy ASHX, which means they're probably using C# ASP.NET on the back end. But when you click the Amazon link, that technically routes you through kit.co, which probably logs that link somewhere and potentially generates an affiliate link that they send you to instead of direct affiliate links. I don't know. This actually is not a bad suggestion, David. We could do a 10-minute challenge to show all the ways to center something vertically. Yeah. So there's that. But one thing I like about my website is that if people don't want to, so like that website, it's not immediately apparent that you're clicking an affiliate link. But on my website, I make it very apparent. If you click the thing here, this is an affiliate link. You can hover over it and you can see that it is that Amazon 2 thing. If you click here, this is a direct product link with no affiliate info. That was a joke, but go for it. And you can add your own too. It still routes through their proxy. I don't know. I know how to build websites. This is good enough. It's good enough. The thing is, I would probably look up how to do something vertically centered, so maybe that's not the best. Yeah, I mean, I could see potentially why kit.co seems like it would be useful for like discovery. Like if people wanted, if they're looking for someone, they would want to see them on this website. But everybody that knows me, watches on Twitch or on YouTube, maybe style it. I honestly like how ugly it is too. It's perfect. It's right to the point, right? It's to the point. That could be fun though. Recreating kit.co with CSS. Let's recreate some website. Somebody give me a website that is not related to like marketing or anything like that, and I'll recreate it. Just the basic layout. We'll see how long it takes me. CSS sounds fun. Wikipedia.org. Would I be interested in solving that? Send it on Discord, but honestly, I'm not in the mood right now. Restyle kit.co to look like coding garden/gear. But here's the thing. This page is straight, is to the point. There's no fancy styles. It like loads immediately. It works on mobile for the most part. Yeah, see, it's sort of this website is fine. Pop Dog? What's Pop Dog? We could attempt to recreate this. That could be fun. A new way to find out what's on. Oh! Didn't Kevin Powell create a video on there? Somebody did. Somebody recently created a YouTube video on recreating the CSS for this webpage. You could do xkcd. I like that. It's nerdy. It's geeky. This could be fun. Yeah, let's recreate this. We're going to recreate the xkcd website. And does xkcd have an API? Because we could like grab their latest thing. JSON? They do. All right. Stellar Evolution, and that's the latest one. Look at that. Look at that. Does this support cores? It doesn't. We'd have to create like a serverless function or something like that if we wanted to request this from JavaScript. We're gonna recreate this layout. That's what we're gonna do. Is it mobile friendly? No, it's not. Look at that. When you go down to mobile, it just flattens it, which is fine. They have a specific like separate mobile website, but I think this is gonna be fine. This is fine. Let's figure out. I don't know. Let's do it. I'm not gonna set a timer. Should I set a timer? I think I'm just gonna recreate it. Right? We're gonna recreate these 3 sections here with CSS. No timer. Let's just have fun and create the thing. And actually, we have a CSS challenge directory. So in the past, we've done the GitHub profile layout, and we've also done the Netflix video player. XKCD website. Cool. All right. I'm going to, I'm not going to set a timer, but I'm still going to do this as fast as possible. And I'm going to try to keep it entertaining. Right? You all want to be entertained? Smile in the chat if you want to be entertained. Curious what font that is. Yeah, I have mkcd as makes a directory and CDs into it. Nice, look at all those smiles. Are you not entertained? Cool. Cool. Oh, look at that. It's got a helmet. All right, let's do it. I guess we could turn this into YouTube content as well. So let's do that. We'll say hi to everybody on YouTube. So get your coding content emotes ready. If you're a sub, you can use that emote. Slap the mic. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. In this coding challenge, in this CSS coding challenge, I'm going to attempt to recreate the XKCD website and layout in CSS. So this is going to be fun. We're not going to make it interactive. Like, I don't think we'll have time to hook it up to the API or anything like that, but we are just going to replicate this layout from scratch. Let's do it. Let's do it. Hello, YouTube. So we have this blank directory. I'm going to create an index.html file, generate a basic layout with my head and my body. And then for now, we'll just have an H1 that says, hello world. Now, these are just going to be static files, but I am going to use this thing called Light Server, which is a local dev server. It's auto-refreshing, but it is just a static file server. So if I run this, it's going to start up a server and serve up that file. But let it be known, it's static. It's not server-side rendered or anything like that. Okay, so first of all, we need a background. Let's get a color picker. we'll use the built-in Mac one and grab that background color. And Daiwanoid, thank you for that subscription. Thank you very much. Okay. And we're just going to link a CSS file. So we'll just call it styles.css. Great. And we need to update the title too. You too. So we're just going to set the title to be xkcd. All right, so now we need a styles file. Styles.css. Oh, nice. Thank you, Daiwanoid. And Sponge, thank you for that Twitch Prime sub as well. So this is our background color. So let's just set up some basic styles. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say we're going to do a basic reset. We're going to say the padding on everything should be reset to nothing. The margin on everything should be reset to nothing. And then we're going to do box sizing border box. This makes things behave like we think they would. I don't know. There's a better explanation for that, but this is nice to do. Now, we're going to set the body to have a background color of that specific color. And let's see what happens. Now, if we go over here, look at that. This beautiful, beautiful color. Now, we need a box. Let's just get like one box on the screen. Actually, let's create it. We'll put it in a container, but we'll get one box on the screen. Rhino, thank you for the 50 bits. Who says much love, much love. Okay, so we're gonna have a main area like this. This is like just a div, but that's like a semantic tag that's nice to use. And then we're gonna have, I don't know, what do we call this? The menu? Are we on a hype train already? Really? Thank you everyone. Box class. Oh, let's call it a box. Let's create a class called box. So inside of main, we're gonna have a div, and we're gonna give it a class of box. Now, main. First, we're gonna style that, and we're gonna give it probably like 80% width, right? So I'm gonna say the main element has a width of 80%, so it's only gonna take up 80%, and then we're gonna say the margin has automatic margin on the sides. No margin on top and bottom, automatic margin on the side. So this will basically create a container that's 80% width of the page, but it's centered on the page. And then inside of it, we want to have the box class. So we're going to style the box. We're going to say the background color is white. And then we're going to give it a border radius. Border radius of... I don't know, 10 pixels. We'll see what that looks like. But what this is going to do is it's going to round the edges. Going to create rounded edges. And because this is a div, it's already going to have 100% width. It's a block level element. We need to put some stuff inside of it. Let's copy paste this. This is the text we need to have inside of it. For now. All right, let's see what we get. Would you look at that? So we have a rounded box, and we want to give it a color. So we set the border radius, which makes it rounded. But I'm gonna say the border is 1 pixel solid black. Let's see what that gives us. Yeah, now there's like a black border. Might be smaller than that, but then we'll also give it some padding so it pushes all of the content in. So if I say padding is I don't know, 2 rem. So a rem is equal to 1 unit of the root element. In this case, this is probably about 32 pixels by default. Can we get that? Would you look at that? I have a white box. I don't think I'm going to call the API vicious. I think we're just going to get the layout going. Awesome. So that's a box. That's absolutely a box. The nice thing about it is that I have this box class. We technically could create boxes all day, right? I could have another div, the class of box, and then we could throw some text in there, and then I could have another div with the class of box, and this should give me 3 boxes on the page, right? Nice box, thank you, thank you. What's happening? Sponge, thank you for the 50 bits. Destructoid. Okay, we need some spacing between the boxes, right? First of all, we need some spacing on top. So I'm actually going to set the main element to have some top margin. So we'll say the top margin is 1 rem, right is automatic. It should be fine. Top and bottom 1 rem. There we go. Pushes it down a little bit. It's more let's do half a rem. Yeah, it's good enough. And then we also want some margin on the boxes. But I think I want the boxes to have half a rem of margin all the way around, like that. Actually, let's do 0.25, because then when they're closer together, yeah, that's good. So we got boxes. This is pretty good. How did I just type div for quick template? That's usually built directly into VS Code. So in VS Code, you can type the name of any HTML element, like P, and well, technically this is using emit, but this should come by default. You just type the name and press tab, and it inserts it in. The other thing is if you type it manually, I have an extension that automatically creates the closing tag for you. But yeah, how did you guess, Perpetual Phoenix? Does it look like it? It's XKCD. Yeah, and so there are actually more things built in. You actually could do div.box, and it automatically creates a div with a class box. I just haven't gotten used to using those, but emit's a thing. Just search for EMMET. Oh, is this a... Would you look at that? We have ourselves an API that gets us the latest XKCD comic. That's pretty awesome. Okay. Yeah, and then Aerodynamic Fetus is showing if you do P times 1,000 lorem, that's going to create 1,000 paragraph tags that all have lorem ipsum inside of it. But I don't know. I digress. Okay. What we need is the top two boxes actually need... I mean, we could put them in a container, right? So if we look at the XKCD website, there are two boxes. This could technically be a row, and then each thing has a width. However, we also, and Danny, thank you for the bits, the 60-ish bits. More cheers. We also could not put them in a container and just change their width and set them to inline block. So if I do this, if I say box, and say display is inline block, that makes them so that they don't take up the full 100% by default. We could use CSS Grid. We could use Flexbox. I think, check it. I think what I'm going to do is we're going to say this has a class of menu, and then what's this other thing? That has a class of like header, and we're just going to set their width. So we can say the menu has, what's happening? AliPost, thank you very much for that subscription. The menu has a width of, I don't know, 30%. And the, what did we call that other thing? The header has a width of 70%. Now, the issue here is that because both of these have margin, it actually pushes it down to the next line. But if I get rid of the margin on the box, we should see, hopefully. Oh, we also have a border. What if we get rid of the border? Nope. 70 plus 30 is 100, right? Right? Please use... okay. So here's the thing. So I am much more familiar with Flexbox, right, than I am CSS Grid. This is a scenario where you could use either. So with CSS Grid, is it the padding? Display, table cell. I changed them to inline block. But CSS Grid makes sense here because we have like two columns on top, one column on the bottom, then that's another column. But I'm going to use Flexbox. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say that the main has a display of flex. And what that will do by default is it makes it flex direction row. So automatically, everything is now just sitting in one individual row. Now, if I do a flex wrap, now it wraps. So because we have a max width of 80%, and this is set to 30% and this is set to 70%, it automatically pushes the third item down to the next row because 30 plus 70 is 100. The other nice thing, I believe, is if I just add this margin back, actually, let's add the outline or the border. Yeah, the borders show up just fine. And if I add the margin, that's too much. It's too much. So basically, we need to calculate the width minus the margin, because the margins are pushing it down. Right? So what I could say is I could say the menu is calculate 30% minus 2 times, or minus 0.5 rem. And then same thing over here. So I already have a box sizing border box here. Somehow that's not accounting for it. How about using padding and not margin? Then it would have to have, yeah, I mean, that could work, but I would need a nested element. Yeah, that's, so earlier I mentioned we set this because it prevents other issues. That's what I thought it would have fixed, but it didn't, so it's fine. We're just going to do a little calculation. It's pretty good. It's like, that's not that bad, right? All we're saying is I want it to be 30%, but subtract half a rem from that so that it accounts for the margins. I use display Ruby because display Python isn't supported. Wait, what? It's pretty good, right? Pretty good. Easy. Easy. All right. Yeah, we're talking about XKCD. We should probably just read some XKCD comments or comics. Oh yeah. So in the modern world, really the only time we use CSS floats is if we're trying to make text like flow around a specific element. In modern web development, we don't use floats. Well, it's not garbage. It's just the way we used to do things. These days, we use Flexbox or CSS Grid. You really hardly ever need to float things. Please stop using floats. But yeah, this comic is awesome. So, all modern digital infrastructure, a project some random person in Nebraska has been thanklessly maintaining since 2003. It's all being held up by that. Yeah. It's good. It's good stuff. Okay. We have the basic layout, right? Let's focus on the menu. So this menu over here, we want to look like this. And in this scenario, I potentially would use a flexbox, I think. So we could have this as an element that has the menu items inside of it. And then it has a width of like 70%, but then we use flexbox to push it to the right. I don't know. I'm curious, does anybody know what font this is? This font? This font. The Weatherman. Yeah, pointing out the codes. If you don't know what font it is, I'm just going to look at it in the DOM. Is it Arial? Hey, what's up, Aaron? It has been a while. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I want to avoid inspecting it. Helvetica Arial? Okay. I trust you. Fruit family. I think this will autocomplete for me if I do like, yeah, there's a bunch of ones built in here. Lucidia Sans? Sans serif? This is a font stack. Basically, if an operating system doesn't have this font, then it tries this font. If it doesn't have that font, it tries that. All the way down to that. Let's see what we get. Not quite. I do like this font, though. I do like this font. Let's try another one. Oh yeah, I need to change my stream title. Let me do that really quick, because we're doing random stuff. Do-do-do-do. Cool. Did my title update? My title should have updated. Okay. I don't have the, like, what font is this extension thing. Let's see if we can get, if there's one with Arial. Cool. Thank you, James. Yeah, this is a good font stack. We'll use this one. Arial is on like Windows systems. I think Helvetica is actually on Apple systems, and sans serif if neither of them is the case. That's a good font. Beautiful. Great work. Okay. So we've set the font. Now the menu I want to put inside of an unordered list. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to select all of these. I'm going to add a list item. We're going to go to the end here. We'll add a closing list item and tab that in one. Beautiful. Beautiful. And now we should see default styling. Great. What's going on in my background? Did you hear something? There might be some music playing or something. Is VLC open? Oh, yeah. There's maybe this is it? I don't know. I honestly, do you guys hear background noise? Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to remove the default styling of that list so that it doesn't have the dots on it. Multiple cursors, yeah. So let's have an instant replay of what just happened there. So basically what I did is if you hold down Alt, then you can actually you can select like in a square like this. Right? So if I click here and hold down Alt, now I can get a cursor that goes all the way down to the bottom, right? Now I literally have a cursor, that's on every single line. Yeah, there are other ways to select it too. If you do !theme, you can get a link to my theme. So now I have multiple cursors, and when I start typing, it's going to type on multiple lines. There's that. And now because I have the thing that automatically adds the closing li, I'm actually going to press Command Z. It undoes that. Command right goes to the end of the line. Add our closing li. Command left goes to the beginning. Tab indents it. Beautiful. Now we're going to style the li that's inside of the menu. So yeah, you're welcome. So if I do dot menu, not li, the ul. Oh, wait. Did I put these in a UL? No, these need to be in a UL. So each list item should be inside of an unordered list. Because then what I can do is I can select this list and turn off the list style. So there's list style and set it to none, and that will hide the dots. Yeah, so now the dots are hidden. We need to make it bold. Font weight. Font style? Bold? Is that a thing? No. Can I just say font weight to bold? Yeah. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Font variant, small caps. So if you look at this, the A is actually larger than everything else. Is that still the case? Oh, never mind. I need to capitalize everything. So that should fix it. So what I need to do is I can set the text transform to be uppercase. And that's going to make everything capitalized. Font weight, 600. Let's try it. Want some deep bold. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Weirdly, like I'm curious what decision was made to make the menu look like this, but it's kind of like in the top right left corner of this thing here, right? Cool. Now let's make them links so that they get this hover text here. So we're gonna do this. Font variant, small caps, is it? I saw somebody else do that. Or mention that. Style the hover. You're right. XKCD trolling pixel perfect. That's probably what it is exactly. It's like why did you put this in the top right? I don't know, but I'll do it. Without text transform uppercase. Oh, that's so cool. Look at it. That's so cool. I had never heard of small caps. Font variant small caps. That's fantastic. I love it. Okay. Sick. Okay. Yeah, so I was mentioning I was going to put all of these in anchor tags, but technically I could style each individual item. So I could say inside the menu, inside the list, for each list item, we could say whenever you hover over that list item, so on hover, text decoration is underlined. And so now, when I hover, it underlines. The other thing, though, is I want to show the pointer cursor. So I could say cursor pointer. And now, we get a little thing. I mean, technically, I should have put these in anchor tags, because they will need to link somewhere, but this is fine. All right. Now, we need to take this list, and we need to put it in the top right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use Flexbox. So I'm going to say the menu is a Flexbox, and then its element will have a justify content of flex end, which should push it to the right. And I might also remove the padding. So I'm going to say menu, display, flex. Justify content, flex end, which should push it to the end, like that. Beautiful. But we currently have internal padding. So if I do padding 0, yeah, now it's in the top right. Beautiful, beautiful. But I don't quite want that. I still technically want some like padding top. So like on top and bottom 2 rim, none on the left and the right. That's too much. Pretty good. But on the left and the right, we'll do like 1/2 of a rim. Yeah. That's pretty good. One thing though is I actually do want it to be a little bit higher. So let's just give the box a min height of, I don't know, 300 pixels? That's too big. 200 pixels. 225 pixels. There we go. So the element must be at least 225 pixels high. No, it's too much. We're gonna go with 200. And then the other thing is 30% is actually too wide. So I'm actually gonna go with 20%, 20 and 80. And also, I think 80% is too wide, because if the width of the overall container should probably be like 70. %. That's pretty good. Okay, so the width of the container is 75% of the parent. Yeah, and so 20 over here is too small, so I think I'll do 25, 75. So the left will be 25%, the right will be 75%. That's pretty good. It's not pixel perfect. Like, we have a little bit more padding, but it's pretty good. I'm actually going to add a little bit more right padding to the menu. So it pushes it a little bit in more. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. And it's responsive. Look at that. I mean, we could fix it. We could actually add a media query that makes it so when the page gets about this size, or like when the page gets this size, then this becomes the entire row. But we just get that for free because the parent has an automatic width. It's responsive. I mean, it is. Whereas this one isn't. It always stays the same width no matter what. You can see? So, instant improvement. All right, let's grab this image and put it on the right div, the menu div, or the header div. So, we have an image that goes there. See what we get. Cool. So there's that. Awesome. We have the Black Lives Matter image. So let's copy that. And that needs to go right below it. BLM. Cool. By by default, they're side by side. I'm going to wrap these in a container so that way I can put them on top of each other. Like this. Let's give this a class of header image. And then what I'm going to do, this is just going to be an exploration of Flexbox. So for the menu header, or the header image, we're going to set the display to flex. But if I do flex direction of column, then it automatically goes up and down like this. So it should put the two images on top of each other. Beautiful. And it does. But you can see that yeah, they're stretched because they take up the entire container. We don't want that. So let's see what happens if I put a p tag right next to it. So put a p tag, and then we'll put the text itself. Cool. But now the header, I want to make a flexbox that does direction row, which should do the thing. So the header itself will just have display flex. Like that. It's beautiful. And this basically needs to have the same text style. Honestly, I think we set that text style everywhere. So right now I have font weight 600 variant small caps on the UL. I want to put that everywhere. Like that. I made this. I made this. Okay, I'm going to reduce the min height here. So the min height we set on the box is 200. I'm going to set it to, what happens if I do 100? Yeah, here's the thing. It's the size of this image is pushing everything down. Am I zoomed in? Let's go to 100. I mean, technically, okay, so before I was looking at it zoomed in, I think I need to make it even smaller. So instead of the main container being 75%, it's probably closer to like 60 or 50%. It's like there. Yeah, it's closer. And then the font size is actually a little bit bigger. So if we do the menu font size, .5 rem. It's too much. 1.25 rem. It's pretty good. Good enough. Brum, if you have a React question, you can join our Discord. You're right. I should change this font size everywhere. You get 1.25 rem, and you get 1.25 rem. Pretty good. I could just end it there because that is we've replicated the header. I guess last thing is we'll create this little container here. So in this last box, xkcj, we need a p tag that's going to be at the bottom that has that inside of it. Good enough. Yeah. And then so we do that. Oh, did I save it? Gotta save it. Here's that. Though that does not have a font weight of bold. So we'll get that. Oh yeah, you're right. The header is italic. Let me fix that. Header. Quick stretch. Whew. Font. Style. Italic. All right. Nice. Okay. And then lastly, we need to do this. So we're going to create ourselves some buttons. Yeah. So when I do set state, this dot set state, after the arrow, why do we need parentheses? Why can't we just do with curly braces? So it has to do with JavaScript syntax, honestly. So this is an implicit return, because you are returning an object from this arrow function without the return keyword. However, if you leave off the parentheses, then how would the JavaScript engine know how to differentiate between a function that has an implicit return versus a function that has a body? So because this has an implicit return, you need the curly braces. Otherwise, it thinks you've started to creating a function body. I would say check out Ponyfoo is an amazing blog. They have a bunch of articles on ES6, and specifically, if you look at the one on arrow functions, they talk about the implicit return and the syntax you'll need and stuff like that. So check this out. So the answer is an implicit return to differentiate between a function body and an object. But you can read about it. Yeah, you're welcome. Okay. We need a container. We need the comic container. I'm going to put this in a div. We'll say class is a comic, and we'll put all the stuff in there. We'll create probably another div, and this will have a class of like top buttons. And then we'll have a class of like bottom buttons. There are buttons on the bottom, right? Oh, they're exactly the same. They're the same buttons on top and bottom. And then we'll have the image right here. And for now, let's just grab that directly. It could be fun. Honestly, it could be fun to actually call the API and then do it dynamically. All right, let's see what we get. Cool. It's coming right along. Now, I need all of these to be inside of buttons, and then we're going to style those buttons with the nice little hover style and stuff like that. And then we also, I forgot about, we need the title. Comic title. Awesome. And then inside the buttons, it's actually fantastic. the fact that these are just like just text. Okay. Wait. Oh, because it didn't select there. Okay, so these need to be buttons. Like that? Yeah, I think that does it. The syntax here is weird, but because there's like characters inside of the buttons. Like that. Magic. Yeah, look at that. We got buttons. Cool. And we basically just need to replicate this in both areas, and then we'll style the buttons themselves. Cool. Buttons on top and bottom. Awesome. So one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put all of this stuff right here, this inside of a flexbox, because the flexbox is going to take up the whole area here. And then I'm going to say that it, so that flexbox is there. And then I'll have a nested container with all of the elements that will center inside of that flexbox. That's the plan. That's the plan. Selecting all spaces between words. So basically, select a space and then press Command D, and that finds the next valid space. So this just finds like every space. That's all I did. Yeah, we could use the character encodings. This is fine. Next should only be on the... Let's see what they do. Previous random next. Previous random next. Flexception. Yeah. So, but here's what I wanted. So the comic has all of that inside. Actually, I guess I've already done it. So no, this is fine. We're just going to make this thing. I need to come up with a better name. I made next and oh, I see. Like that. That's what you meant. Welcome, Psychic from France. Welcome. Nice. Nice. Okay. I'm trying to so technically I could do it. Actually, what if we set the comic to text align center? I think all of the buttons are already inline display. Let's see what text align center does for us. That's all it took. All we had to do was text align center, and because the elements themselves were already like inline elements, it just centers them automatically. Done. And then we actually need 2 paragraph tags. Yeah, I should use a character encoding. So we have the p tag there, and then another p tag here with that. And then we just need to text align center and remove the font bold for those 2. See you later, Mark. Thanks for hanging out. Okay. Let's just create a center class. And like an info class that is not bolded. Something like that. It should be fine. For those of you that actually know CSS and do design, you're probably yelling at the screen right now because I'm doing like weird things. Like I should be using like BEM or something. This is fine. It's fine. We're just styling the web page. Okay, so we're going to say info has a font weight of, is there like normal? Yeah, normal. No bold. And then center has a text align of center. Yeah, and then technically I can use that utility class and just put it on the comic. So I can say comic center. What's a BEM? It stands for block element modifier. It's basically like a convention for naming your CSS classes. Okay, that's great. I technically need to reduce the font size on that info. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. All right. Now let's style these buttons. Fonts, is it italic too? Not italic. Oh, info, font weight bold, infi, font style italic. I see. All right, let's style these buttons. So, we have a button, and it has a background that is this color. Let's grab this color. Yeah, so Team only works with Font Awesome brands. Background color should be that. Great, we're on our way. Now they need a little bit of padding, I think. And also, are they using the right font size? But regardless, the color should be white. Because that at least does that. We need to increase the font size. That does that. It's pretty good. We need to get rid of their border. None. Outline. None. Yeah, now they're like little boxes. So that's great. And actually, technically, we can set the border to be like 1 pixel solid black. We might go for like half a pixel because the border is very subtle. You can see. That's good enough. And then a little border radius, yeah. And that's a tiny border radius. We'll do like a 5 pixel border radius. It's pretty good. Let's just do some padding. Might be too much padding. Giant buttons. Oh, and they're small caps. Oh yeah, it's not. It didn't take our font styling for some reason. But basically, we need all the default font styling. Oh, that looks great. All right, doesn't it? They're a little bit bigger. They're a little bit bigger than normal, but I kind of like them better. Right now we need to hover. Oh, you're right. I should just inherit. So I say font variant, inherit, font weight, inherit, font family, inherit. That's the right way to do it, because then if I ever change the global, these will change too. Yeah, that still works. All right, we need a hover color. What is the hover? The hover color is white. Cool. So when you hover over a button, so when the button is hovered, then the color, it basically inverts. The color becomes the old background color, and then the background color becomes white. Cool. And then the button itself should have a cursor of pointer, so that way it looks like we can hover over it. Right? Anything else happening here? No, that's about it. That's about it. Is there a box shadow? I can't really see. Can't really see. I mean, I don't know if I see a use case for variables. Acid Spark, I feel like you sent that before Vicious sent their message. And Acid Spark is just pointing fun, but at this point, this is where people say use variables. Font, yeah, no, that's what we did, Parth. We updated it. You might be a bit behind. We just did that. There is a box shadow. All right. We're gonna use Doc's box shadow. I mean, that's fantastic. I'm very proud of these XKCD buttons. Awesome. One thing I need to do though is the button container has some padding around, or some margin around it. Let's instead of calling this top buttons and bottom buttons, I'm just gonna do buttons. Add an alpha channel. But all we gotta do is say that the buttons have a margin of 1 rem. Ta-da! Ba-ba-da-ba-ba! I made XKCD. This is great, right? This looks legit. And Hex just add 2 more digits. What are we adding an alpha channel for? Oh, to the box shadow. XKCJ. Right? This is not bad. We have recreated this web page. It's not pixel perfect, but I'll show you this. It is responsive. Like, we could actually make this so that it like goes down to 2 columns. We're not going to do that though. We're not going to do that. Sell it to XKCD. Last thing we're going to do is we're going to tap into the API. We're going to make it so that it actually loads the current comic and puts it on the web page. And that will require JavaScript. So here's what we're going to do. Right here, we're going to add a script. We're just going to call this app.js. And then app.js, when the page loads, we'll say get comic. And when the page loads, call get comic. So this should get the latest comic. So I think somebody created this API. I don't think this is an official API. Use React. No, we're going to use vanilla JavaScript, and we're literally going to be done in like 3 minutes. Does anyone want to time me? Okay, so we could get the response. We just need to fetch this URL. So this is going to get the latest. I don't know. How does this... Does anybody know how this API works? What if I do 2353? Does that give me... Hey, easy. Beautiful. Doesn't even need documentation. I just put the number in and it puts that in. So we're gonna get the number, and that defaults to latest, right? And then we can put the number in here. Like this. Beautiful. Okay, we need to make this an async function. So I'm not going to use an iffy here, mainly because I want to be able to, we're going to get those next and previous buttons working. Somebody gave me this API, so I'm assuming that cores is already handled. If it's not, then I'm not going to do this. Yeah, so the issue with using their JSON file is that it doesn't have cores, but this is a wrapper around that, which potentially does have cores. Okay. I'm gonna use my linter thingy, which automatically gives us that. And then we're just gonna log the JSON. Let's see if we get it. So, I'm gonna look at the console. There's no cores error, and we have it! This is amazing. Okay, so also one thing we didn't do is add the alt text. So typically, whenever you may not know this, quick XKCD thing. If you hover over the comic, there's usually alt text, and the alt text is always just like an extra joke. Yeah, I have a few videos on React. If you search my YouTube, do we have a YT command? We have a YouTube command. Yeah, if you search my YouTube, there's a bunch of videos on React. You also can go to this website, coding.garden/videos, and search for React. Actually, I don't think so. This alt text is not technically about accessibility because the alt text is just another joke on top of the existing joke. All right. Now we need to take this JSON data and put it in the page. Put it in the page. So we need the title, and that's going to be wait. Is this not the latest? Oh, did he just publish a new comic? Are we witnessing XKCD history right now? Let's read it. Okay. The university COVID model. Apparently, some university reopened based on a COVID model developed by 2 physicists. Uh-oh. But even their worst-case model underestimated the number of student parties, and they had to shut down. Can't understand why someone with a physics degree would be bad at judging how often college students get invited to parties. Excuse me, I was invited to multiple parties and attended both of them. They just published. That's awesome. Yeah, so there's a latest comic. And then the alt text, which is another joke, says, I admit this is an exaggeration since I can think of at least 3 parties I attended while doing my degree, and I'm probably forgetting several more. So the cool thing about XKCD is he's very technical. Like, he's a physicist, I believe, and he knows how to program, and so all the comics are like techie. Cool. Great work. Good job. Okay. So the title is actually this. So we want to access that. And I'm gonna put some IDs on things. So this right here, give it an ID of title. And then this right here, we're gonna give a title of I'm actually gonna match. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna match the IDs to the name of the items in here. So I'm gonna give this an ID of image, right? And then we have the alt text, which we're gonna put on the image, which is fine. And then we need to set up the permalink. Call this num. So we're gonna put the num there. And then the actual URL goes right here. So I'm gonna put this in a span. We're recreating the XKCD website just for fun. Just for fun. This has been fun, right? And has anybody had fun? Can you smile if you had fun? Image URL. Like that. Should be fine. And then so we'll default the page to not have anything, we'll just default the page to say loading. Nice. Lots of people are having fun. Dot, dot, dot. So many smiles. Dot, dot, dot. Well, we've broken it. So I think by what did I do wrong? Just a second. Getting a spam call. Is it because I removed the image URL? Let's see if I actually add the image. Does that fix the layout? No. I have broken something else completely. Oh, is it because the text doesn't push all the way? Here's the thing. Technically, this item here, this box, let's call it the main box, needs a width of 100%. If we go back to our styles. All right. Okay, that was it. That was the problem. So what we're going to do is everything is empty by default. So it says the title is loading. We could find like a loading image. I think I'll do that. That could be fun. And then let's say loading. Okay, so by default, it just says loading. Great. Let's see if Jiffy has an XKCD loading image. Yeah. This is a classic XKCD. Make me a sandwich. What? Make it yourself. Sudo make me a sandwich. Okay. I guess we can just do your standard loading spinner. Like this. We're just going to do this. That. Beautiful. Beautiful. So when the page loads, it's going to request from the API and then set those values there. Yeah. If you alias sudo to please, then you're asking your computer please all the time instead of typing sudo, which is funny. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to select the title and set it to be the title. I'm going to do this. I'm going to say elements is an object. And it has a title, which is document.query selector for the element with ID title, like that. We then have the image, which is the element with ID image. We then have the num, which is the element with ID num. And then we have the image URL, which is the element with ID image URL. I think I've memorized all those things in the correct way. So now that we have the elements, after we have the JSON, we just put it on the page. So I'll say elements.title.textContent is json.title. And then we'll say elements.image.src equals json.image. And elements.image, we want to set the alt attribute. So we're going to say set attribute alt, and that's going to be json.alt. And then elements.num.textContent equals json.num. And then the image URL is equal to image. First try. Ta-da! So this should link to 2335, and then it actually has the image there. Beautiful. And now we could just get these previous and next buttons to work. First try. And so if we click previous, we want to decrement the number. If we click next, we want to increment the number. What I'm curious is what happens if we try to get a number greater than the current number. So 2355 is the biggest number because this is the latest. But if I do 2356 on the API, what happens? No response from function. So I guess technically what we need to do is when the page loads, we need to grab what is the biggest number, right? And just assume that there's not going to be a new comic published by the time that they open the page. Because we could do let current number start off as latest. That's the latest. So if it throws an error, then no, I don't want to do that. But so the current number is defaults to undefined, and then the first time we call this, we're just going to set current number equal to json.num. So that gives us the current number. But if you just called it with latest, then we'll say last number is going to be equal to that. So we'll say if, after we get back the response. So if you attempted to get latest, then the last number is equal to json.num. So if you got the latest, that's the last one. We won't let you go past that. That's it. The numbers are not consecutive. I think that's the only scenario where there is no 404 comic, because it's like a joke, right? It's a joke inside of a joke. Well, a joke for a comic? I don't know. But let's get the buttons working. So need the latest anyway for the full forward button. Right. But that's only going to work after the page is already loaded. So after we've gotten the initial page, or in the initial comic, then we're going to enable the buttons. So like you can't click the buttons until at least the first comic has been called. And then we need to select those buttons. Now, we could add a click handler to each one of these. The thing is, we need to add the click handler in both places, on the top and on the bottom. Yeah. Is putting the DOM elements in a namespace like that good practice? It's one way of attempting to organize things, because otherwise, you're just left with a bunch of top-level variables. Like, the other thing I might do is just create some state. Like, current number, 0. We need like a default value, and last number is 0. It's a little bit nicer than accessing like the variables directly. Use data attributes. Oh yeah, it's a good point, Doc. But if you ever look at the XKCD Reddit, they actually have people that transcribe the comic into text so that people that are blind can read the comic and understand it. And they not only transcribe it, they basically describe the characters in each of the cells of the comic. But yeah, now I need to do this. Okay. Yeah, it is. I agree. Wait, does that button go all the way to comic number 1? How does this button work? Oh, it does. It goes to comic number 1. I had no idea. And this goes to, does this always go to comic number 1? Yeah, never. Okay, so that's easy. It always goes to comic number 1. Okay, I'm gonna give this a class of button first. Same thing here. Button first, and then this gets button last. And so basically, I'm just gonna iterate over this selector and add the same click handler twice. Button last. This is button previous. Yeah, that's another. So if you're new to XKCD and you're not that technical, but you want to be technical, explain XKCD basically explains the joke for every comic, especially when they get super scientific or technical. You might find that useful. And we also need a random button. So here's the thing. I'm basically building a single page application, right? We're building a SPA, like the page never changes. JavaScript just changes the content on the page. Whereas XKCD is actually loading a new page every time you look at a new comic. It loads a whole new page. So we're turning it into a SPA basically. I don't know. If the buttons are in the same order, couldn't you just use their position? Yeah. It's fine. I think I'm gonna use these selectors. So I have a MacBook. If you do !FAQ, you can get a link to the frequently asked questions, which has the specs for the MacBook that I use. But I stream on a gaming computer. I don't have the specs for that listed anywhere. I need to. All right. See you later, Berkel. Have a good evening. Okay, let's get that first button working. So. Query, selector, all. So I want to find every button that has the class first. Button first. And then for each one, I want to add an event listener for click. And when that element is clicked, we want to say get comic 1. Like that. One thing we can do, though, is whenever we get a comic, we want to set everything to loading. So we'll do this. The title says loading. ... the image source is the loading image, which is this. This should say loading. This should say ... And this should say loading. All right. Moment of truth. If I click this, it should see the first. It's beautiful. It works. First try. That's awesome. So that loads the first one. We basically need to do the same thing, but for the last one. So let's write this out. There probably will be an easy way to clean this up, but we'll say the last, and then we technically need to get state.lastNumber. First try. Right, so now this should allow us to skip between the first and last. So we can go to first, and then we can go to the most recent. Nice. And we can go to the first, and we can go to the most recent. And of course, we should probably cache the API response, so we're not like constantly calling it. Just use latest. Oh, you're totally right. You're totally right. Because then, use latest. Because then, if there is a new comic published, technically we'll see it. Yeah. Beautiful. Okay. Now for previous, we need to get the buttons button prev, and we need to get the comic that is state.currentNum -1. And then next is +1. And then random is probably just random. We'll see. Let's see. Yeah, first try. And so random, let's just try passing in the string random and see what happens. The random button should always link to 221. Does the actual website do that? No, it doesn't. But what is the 221 comic? Oh yeah, this is a classic. Random number. So we have a function called getRandomNumber. It returns 4. Chosen by fair dice roll. Guaranteed to be random. Yeah, you're right, by Creeper. We actually could leave for latest. We could just leave that off because the function has that default argument. I like being explicit instead of doing like minus or plus plus. The main reason being is minus and plus plus can potentially access the item first before decrementing if you put it in front or before modifying. If you put it in front, it technically does it first before accessing, but if you put it after, it accesses it, then does it. Okay, but I think this should work. So random. We've broken it. Can I not do random? No. Does anybody know if there's documentation? Because this is not the official API. Somebody created this XKCD API. 2221. Okay, I'll just do 221. I love it. Yeah. 221. Easy. Okay. First try. We'll click random again. First try. All right, so we can go to the latest one, and if we look at previous, look at that! Ah! It's great. You're right. I actually could generate a random number between 1 and the latest number. It works. This is so cool. Isn't this awesome? I think it's great. Yeah. And if we click random, it just takes us to random. Oh, I've broken it. I think we need to add one more style. So in the comic image needs to have a max width of 100%. Do we not style the comic? I guess not. Random. Previous one. There we go. So now it stays within the coner. I'm not awesome. It's not awesome. You're awesome. Well, thank you, Croissant. 221 is a random number. There we go. Nice. If the question of what it all means doesn't mean... Oh, and actually, we didn't test it, but the alt text should work, right? Shouldn't it? Are we not setting the alt text? Yeah, the alt text is there. Oh, you know what? We need to set the title attribute as well, because title is what shows on hover, I think. So we need to do this. Yeah. Both. Like that. Yeah. FV has it. Awesome. Next button will probably break if you keep clicking it. Yeah, we need to add a check. So the next button should not work if the current number is less than or equal to, if the current number is less than last number minus 1. Right? Something like that. So if we go to the end, next should not work here, but if I go to previous and then next, no, I want less than or equal to? Less than. Oh, we're hitting this API too much. Or like the images aren't loading as fast. But yeah, so if I go to previous, that's the second to last one. If I go to next, that should work. But if I click next, nothing. But if I go to previous, yeah. So that fixes that. And then we should never allow previous if the current number is equal to 1. If the current number is greater than 1, then allow previous. Previous should not work on the first comment. Right, so if we go to the first one, we can't even click it. But we can go to the next one. It is pretty good. What is this, Andrew? If you're on the 221 comic, the random button should take you to comic 844. Which one's 844? How to write good code. Nice. I'll leave it. I know this is fine. I think I'm done. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna eat some lunch. I'm gonna have a wonderful evening and a wonderful weekend and all that good stuff. And we're gonna go raid. Yeah. Couldn't you get rid of the loading? Yeah, you know, you're totally right. So basically, because my JavaScript is already setting all the loading stuff, I don't actually need it in the DOM. You're absolutely right. However, it would take me time to remove it, so I'm not going to do that. Oh yeah, am I off of work on Monday? Is that Memorial Day? What holiday is it? No, if Seth Drums is streaming, we're going to raid him because it's his birthday. We all got to wish him a happy birthday. What's the holiday? Labor Day. Okay, Labor Day. I was like, what holiday is it? Awesome. I'll push this code to GitHub. It's going to be, I mean, technically, this was supposed to be a CSS challenge, but we ended up writing JavaScript anyways. But this is going to be on the CSS challenges Git repo. Challenges? Challenges. I think. Yeah, this is a thing. So this repo has past challenges. I'm gonna upload this there. So if you want to look at the code later. Okay. That was fun, everyone. Thanks for hanging out with me. Like I mentioned, we're gonna do a raid. Is Seth Drums playing drums? Because I kind of only want to raid him if he's playing drums. It's my birthday.
On fire.
He's not playing drums.
Right now. I will take my money and run.
It's fine. It'll be a good time. We're gonna raid him anyways. No, he's not. That's fine. It's fine. It's his birthday. He's 31 years old. He's a good dude. I really like watching him. He's awesome at drums. He's not playing drums today, but still. All right. This is usually our raid message, but you could also just say happy birthday. Happy birthday! Like that. All right. If you're not a sub, this is your raid message. It doesn't have emotes in it. That. Danny Lauren, thank you for the bits. And I didn't hear it because my sound went down. But Danny Lauren, thank you for the bits. Thank you, everyone, for all of the supports today. There's a whole lot of support. We gained very many subs. I appreciate you all. Join us in this raid and have a wonderful weekend. Next stream is planned for Monday. And if it is a holiday and if I am off work, I'll do another 5-6 hour stream because why not? Why not? Or maybe not. Maybe I'll just have a 3-day weekend. I don't know. Join the Discord if you want to stay updated on things. Alka says, how'd it go? Do you mean this? We made this website. We made a spa version of XKCD. We did this. We made the CSS all by ourselves. Okay, regardless, you all are great. Thanks for hanging out. And keep an eye on Twitter and Discord to know when I go live next. But most likely it's going to be Monday morning. All right, wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.
Simply smiling yourself.